Track in South Ozone Park, New York. It is the final day of turf racing, and we have 2 stakes rescheduled from last weekend, including the Forever Together, where Oversubscribed makes her long-awaited 2025 debut. And in the Pebbles later, we'll have some star fillies battling it out. Fast Market and Peak Hype, both coming in with strong resumes. Maybe it will be a tale of the post positions today. We have that, plus live racing from Laurel Park for you this afternoon in the Mid-Atlantic. A little bit of a breezy day over there in Maryland, but looking forward to their car, which does kick off on the turf as well. Thanks so much for joining us on this Sunday on Fox Sports 2, right before our little break before the Thanksgiving holiday. Alongside Andy Serling. What are you doing for Thanksgiving?
I'm heading up to Saratoga to have Thanksgiving with my mom.
Well done.
How about you?
Do you cook the dessert, or?
Actually, it's going to be a conglomerate effort of different people.
I like that, yeah. I'll be spending Thanksgiving in Florida with my family. But
That's
first, we have Sunday to get through as we'll take a look at what's on tap for our show this afternoon. As mentioned, we have both Aqueduct and Laurel on the show. 9-race card in New York. We have races, hopefully we'll get in race 1 for you. It's just a few moments away from Laurel. Good and good over there in New York. As always, today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. As the opener from Laurel Park coming up, 1 1/16 on the turf as they approach the gate. Scratch of the main track only to the outside as it's the number 6, Summer Vibes, on this fall afternoon, who's stretching out for Lacey Gaudette. That's currently the favorite.
But Summer Vibes has been successful going longer in the past, so it's not one of these turf sprinters stretching out that you can't have any confidence can go longer. I'm not running to bet this horse. I'm hoping that a pace develops between horses like the 2 and 10, 2 horses that have a lot of speed and maybe enough pace for the 3. Book it with a dad.
Yeah, book it with Haddad.
Yeah, the dad.
That horse right here.
Or is it Haddad?
Horacio de Paz. Horacio, of course, kind of going back to his roots, running in Maryland.
It's really nice of him. Well, he's run a few horses down there. He's having quite a meet. I mean,
yes, he is.
Winning with over a quarter of his starters. Well, he's a pretty good trainer.
Yes, he is.
As we see from here. As Laurel, I don't know. They'll probably continue to run a little bit of the turf. This is our last day of turf racing, though. But turf racing on the East Coast dwindling down to a precious few days other than Florida.
On the grass to kick things off over in Maryland at Laurel Park as they load in, waiting for a couple more, including the current favorite, Summer Vibes Forest Boyce, going to be aboard for Lacey Gaudette, 5-2 right now. Pretty wide open group. To start off the card, we send it up to Dave Rodman for the call.
Summer Vibes, 5-2. Captain Dusty. Turf good. And they're off. Moon Factor wasting no time for the inside draw to the front. Regalo Perfetto on the chase early up close in second. Then to the inside, Book It with a Dot is racing in 3rd position. Oh, what a night is it between horses moving along now in that flight of runners, only 3 lengths from the front as they move to the first turn run. Rector will be hung widest out as they round that turn. In the meantime, Summer Vibes is right there in between horses too as they sort. So round the turn they roll. Moon Factor the one to catch. Moon Factor 3 parts of a length for Regalo Perfetto. Book It with a Dot is in 3rd. Summer Vibes out of the clear, getting a good journey from 4th, almost 3rd. Another 2. Rector, oh, what a night. 5.5 lengths from the early speed. Then Tool Pushers on the inside. Captain Dusty alongside. Then it's another 2 lengths back. Imagine It All to the tail of the field. And Mortal Sin is the last runner with 4 furlongs left to go. Steady pace has been going up front with Moon Factor. Regalo Perfetto there on the outside keeps on pressing the issue. Summer Vibes, every chance from there, 3rd, and Book It with a Dot in 4th. They are followed by Rector in 5th. Oh, what a night, still has 6 lengths to make up. Around the far turn, Summer Vibes firing up on the outside at Regalo Perfetto. Regalo Perfetto, Summer Vibes almost head for the lead. Book It with a Dot. They are followed by Rector. Oh, what a night is driven. They're at the top of the stretch. Regalo Perfetto is digging down on the outside. Summer Vibes in between horses is Book It with a Dot, who's still very willing to. Book It with with a Dod, the yellow cap in between horses. Regala Perfetto, Summer Vibes on the outside. Summer Vibes keeps on reaching, but Book It with a Dod is just in front. Book It with a Dod. Book It with a Dod. Summer Vibes. Then it was Captain Dusty late on the scene and Regalo Perfetto.
Trainer Horacio De Paz continues a strong meet over at Laurel. Book It with Haddad gets the job done between horses.
Yeah, talking about that one. Got some pace to ride and got it done. A nice ride there to get the job done. Happy to see our friend Horacio get the win.
JT Torrealba in the saddle. Is this horse victorious after having a little bit of trouble last time out, but able to hold off your favorite, the number 6, Summer Vibes, who was on the outside. 3-6 late charge on the outside from the number 11 Captain Dusty to check in third. Back over to New York, we get ready to kick off the card here with New York breds in the state bred allowance, sprinting on the main track. Very short price and no surprise on the number 4 Munnings Express, who's done very little wrong, including that 83 Beyer speed figure when breaking her maiden.
I agree, but 1-5 is ridiculous.
Very short price. Let's meet the rest of the field, kicking things off with Central to Success, second time off the layoff.
Yeah, this is my top pick in the race. We'll expand more after the post parade, but making a second start off an extended layoff.
9-1 generous price right now. Here's Straka. She goes back to the dirt.
Straka's got some races that are okay. The race 3 back's fast enough here, but consistency been a bit of an issue, but I appreciate getting back to the dirt.
1-5, very short price on Munnings Express.
Yeah, no, this is an absurdly low price on a horse that's obviously the horse to beat, run fast enough to win, but we also haven't seen for almost 6 months, and that's a bit of a concern.
There's Sunshine Lily. Can she run back to that race 2 back?
She comes out of a race with a pace collapse last time, so you can give her a pass for her last race. She had a perfect trip when she won 2 back, but that race gives her a chance.
Howling Wind returning to the main track where she was previously facing Stakes Company.
She's got 1 race last year that's good enough. This is a tough spot for her off the layoff, though.
16-1 and 17-1 on Carol T, off a bit of a freshening since July.
I think the scratch of Mamba Gigi kind of hurt her chances, whatever minimal chances they were, because it takes some significant speed out of the race.
That's the field for the opener. As we always remind you, we have plenty of exciting things going on over at Naira Bets. Be sure to check out nairabets.com. Sign up, get started today, and get your $200 deposit match bonus with promo code BONUS200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Well, we have a 1-5 shot currently as the favorite in the openers. We welcome in the third member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, getting a good look here. Maggie, 1-5 is a short price. Does she back it up on track?
Yes, I can't deny the fact, Acacia, she definitely looks like a favorite should, and she is a spitting image of her dam. My husband Tom training Freudy Ann, and she just looks exactly like her, from her coloring to her conformation to that white blaze that we see her have on her face. And while I've actually never covered her previous races, she looks incredibly fit despite that layoff, in which she comes out of a race where the winner, Bellicose, I thought, had things her own way. She got to control that day, and Munnings Express had a good trip while saving ground, just came up second to her. So she does look ready to get back to the races. I have no problems with your very heavy favorite, but I can understand not taking 1-4 on a horse as number 1, Central to Success. The last time I saw her, or only time, was in Saratoga as a 2-year-old in that Seeking the Annie Stakes, where she was third. But prior to that start, she was absolutely crazed in the paddock. She ran off in the post parade, and then she was vanned off subsequently after that race. So it felt like she knew something wasn't quite right. And then we have that year plus 14-month layoff in which she comes back, she breaks slowly from the inside, then she rushes up into a pace that eventually collapsed. She was so much better behaved in the paddock. She was great out on the racetrack. Look, she's a horse that I wonder how much she's gone on from 2 to 3. That would be my biggest concern with her, but she looks fit, and she definitely has the right mental outlook today, as opposed to going back to that Seeking the Ante. Number 5, Sunshine Lily. I thought you could come up with some excuses and for some of her poorer efforts. And 2 back, that race would make her a serious contender. She looks great, super coat on her considering the time of year, and I think just a logical player in here. She's your current 3rd choice. And then the long shot on the outside, Carol T, I could not make any reason to take her on form. But as she comes off a bit of a freshening, or actually a fairly significant layoff of, 4 or 5 months, she looks better than ever. She's put on weight. She's put on muscle mass. Her coat looks fantastic. She's warmed up well here. I like Jamie Rodriguez climbing aboard her. Like I said, Acacia, I can't make a case for her on form or because, like Andy said, the dynamics, but she definitely looks as though she's doing well heading into this one for Jose Jimenez, who so far at this meet has had some horses run very well.
He has indeed. Maggie, thank you. And Jamie Rodriguez been riding well, being aggressive, taking the bull by the horns. And this horse offers a nice double-digit odds to the outside. But let's go back to the one Central to Success, Andy, who I know you have some interest in.
Well, this horse ran a 65 buyer in her debut and then obviously had some issues and was vanned off after the second start. So with sort of natural improvement, horse could be running an 80 buyer in this race. Now, she came off an extended layoff, so obviously a real issue. And while you can say, well, she regressed, I don't think that she really did because she broke slowly, rushed up to chase a fast pace that completely fell apart. And I don't think she ran badly in that race at all. And now she's second off a layoff. And with the scratch of the number 3, she could be the controlling speed. You got to look for Jose Gomez. Hopefully she breaks today to send. I'm not discounting the 4 as the horse to beat, but these current 1-4 odds are absolutely ludicrous. There is no way that she lays over this field that much that she should be 1-4 in here. She may win, but she's a good horse to bet against at those odds because everybody else's odds are higher than they probably should be because of that.
Well, she may get the job done, but you'll have to take a very short price if you like her. 1-4 on Munnings Express as she goes into the gate for the opener. Early pick 5 kicking off as we start the Sunday card from Aqueduct. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Sunshine Lily goes in. Here's Howling Wind. Howling Wind and Carol T. Carol T, last to load. All set. And they're off. Central to Success, right out towards the front with the head advantage, and Munnings Express is in between horses right to the outside. The top 2 hook up early, and just off of them is Sunshine Lily. Well settled in 4th is Carol T, is in front of Straka, and the early trailer, Howling Wind. They work up the backstretch, tight hold on Munnings Express to the outside of Central to Success. 22.44 for the opening quarter mile. Munnings Express wants to go. Jose Lescano is trying to ration out the speed, is just right outside the main rival in Central to Success, who's right there at the rail. Sunshine Lily, and here comes Carol T, is on the move, is challenging from 4th. Straka and Howling Wind, the 2 trailers. Munnings Express trying to dispatch of Central to Success, who is alone in 2nd. Down the center of the racetrack, Sunshine Lily right there with Carol T. Munnings Express is now cut loose, and Munnings Express approaches a final furlong, is 4 lengths in front. And the 16th left to go. Munnings Express will win at a short price for Linda Rice. It's Munnings Express in the opener. Tight there for 2nd. Sunshine Lily is right there with Central to Success and Carol T. 1 minute 10.25 seconds.
Munnings Express, she was a short price, and I don't know if there was any step of the race where she did not look like the winner.
Yeah, I won't disagree with that. It's clear that Jose had a lot of horse in here, and she showed more speed, which put pressure on the 1. And I do think that Central Success ran well, but she was no better than second best in this race. I still think 1-4 is a crazy price to take, but she did win very, very comfortably.
Jose Lescano had an armful of horse throughout, was trying to get her to not run off too much early on, and when he let her go, she was able to kick away from her competition 1-4, but she was best, continuing on what's been a stellar week for the Linda Rice barn.
Yeah, Linda's horses have been really just running off the screen. She had 3 more wins yesterday, an absolutely brutal beat. If you, like me, you had a 4-1 exact, and I mean Central Success at all the runnings. Sunshine Lily had an absolutely perfect trip and got a crazy head bob to win the second photo. Very, very lucky if you had 4 or 5.
4-5-1-7 in the opener, but no doubt about the winner, Munnings Express. Jose Lescano picking up the win in the first race of the day. The favorite gets the job done, and she delivers. Let's see what the future holds for this New York bred daughter of Munnings as well.
Yep. Gets it done. We'll see where she goes from here. Hopefully she can run back more quickly than just the 6 months it's taken her to get back to the races.
1 to 4, but she was best. Gets the job done here in the opener. Jose Lezcano in the saddle. Window dressing as she just pulls away from the rest of the field. Nobody around her in the stretch, but more tight for second and third in there. So 4-5-1-7, we kick off the day. Have some more competitive racing to come. We'll talk a little bit more about it when we come back. We'll also preview the stakes action coming up in the Forever Together. Oversubscribed is back and looks for stakes victory. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. Download the app today. Race 1 at Aqueduct went to the favorite Munnings Express, getting the victory. She was a short price. She delivered in this New York bred allowance.
Yep. A little under 2 to 5 to get the job done. Aaron, you go to the winner's circle, as he so often is. Linda's not here, though. Where's Linda?
Oh. It's race 1. Linda might be
She didn't need to be here for the 2 to 5 shot.
Munnings Express gets the win for Linda Rice, who's been winning races in bunches this week. Jose Lezcano aboard. Tried to ration out some of that speed. She pressed the pace setter, the #1 Central to Success, who I know got nabbed for second, but you have to be encouraged by that performance from her. Now second off of the layoff, Central to Success. She'd missed a lot of time. She showed some fight today.
I mean, it's amazing that she basically got second here. She just lost a preposterous head bob for second. I mean, frankly, the 5 and 7 had absolute dream trips behind a contested pace, and that neither of them could easily pass her is sort of amazing.
Short price winner in the opener, 276 on Munnings Express, who gets the win in race 1. Early pick 5 follow along. That'll be a short price to kick things off. One that I'm sure that many people had. As we take a look at race 2 coming up, New York bred, maiden claiming for 30,000. Salute to Service. Currently a short price as this one debuts for George Weaver, a 2-year-old filly by McKinsey.
Yeah, you know, I guess David Aragona, the morning line maker, made Salute Service the favorite because it's Flavien Prat with a firster, McKinsey firster. George Weaver's numbers with first-time starting maiden claimers on dirt are nothing to write home about. They're okay, but they're not great. I think Starship Lizzie is a very likely winner of this race, and we'll see if she ends up being favored or if they'll go to Flavien Prat in the firster. But the way they bet Flavien, I'm guessing the 4 probably will be favored.
Short price right now at 7-5. So that's race 2 coming up, but a little bit later on in race 4, we have our first of 2 stakes we canceled last Sunday. So the stakes brought back this weekend, which is great for those wanting to run these stakes and on the turf. Our last day of turf racing as we take a look at the field for the Forever Together, and oversubscribed. We'll get a chance to see her back, making her first start since finishing second in the Pebbles back in November of 2024.
She's a very good horse who's been compromised at times because of her lack of speed, and that's kept her from winning Lake George. She probably should have won. She got caught in some traffic that day and was kind of unlucky. And then this race, you know, they did not send Makenga, who's the horse on the inside, who has uncontrollable speed. They strangled her, and she was never a horse that ran effectively when they tried to throttle her speed down. In doing so, it ended up putting Nomo Candy on top of a very slow pace against an overmatched rival, so it really worked against oversubscribed. She's still running figures that are too good for these horses. The layoff is always concerning, but it's Chad Brown who does do well off layoffs. If she comes back and runs back to her good efforts, she's too good for these horses.
4-5 on the morning line. Perhaps standing in her way, nice as pie. I guess a little bit of a hunch bet as we get close to Thanksgiving, though, huh? As this filly coming in for Kelsey Danner, who's run a limited number of horses throughout the fall here in New York, particularly 2-year-olds, and it seems most of them have been very well meant.
Yeah, no, I agree. Kelsey has run very, very well here, including you mentioned that Miss Grillo winner ran so well in the Breeders' Cup to finish third. You know, she could be a thorn in the side of Spinning Colors, who may think she's loose, but I can't imagine that Ricardo is going to not be aggressive with this horse, a horse who's running so many sprints. She's not winning this race rating. She's not beating oversubscribed rating, but maybe on the front end she could do some damage.
We'll see if she is aggressive, stretching out, coming in from that third on the synthetic at Parks, as you saw last time out. An interesting race, though. And are you on team oversubscribed off the bench?
I am on team oversubscribed. I just can't find an alternative. I mean, the horse who was entered last week for Grand Motion that was scratched and didn't re-enter, she was the main competition. Without her, oversubscribed as an overwhelming favorite.
Let's see if she can get the job done off the bench in the Forever Together coming up a little bit later on today. We also have the Pebbles, which will be later on the card. So that will be race 8 today, grade 3, also rescheduled from last week. Back over to Laurel Park, race 2 coming up next, as we have race number 2, 6 furlongs on the main track, claiming race for 25,000 for 2-year-old fillies as they make their way out of the paddock. Last Gift, currently a short price, as is the number 8 Nemain to the outside. Here's the field, though, starting things off with the one, God, I Need a Favor.
Well, she got a favor when the 2 first and second choices scratched out of this race, making the race a lot easier for everybody. And based on her last race, no reason she's supposed to be a big price in here.
7-1 right now. She cuts back in distance. On her toes on the track. Stepping out next will be 8-5 Last Gift, who won her last 2 races.
And if Nemain doesn't show the speed that she's shown in past races and goes back to her running style of last time, this horse is loose with the 2 coming out of the race, which is probably one of the reasons that she's one of the favorites.
There's Hot Mess Ness, the 5.
It's Jamie Ness. Maybe the horse will improve, but she better.
Last out winner, Curleen's Spirit.
I mean, I think with who's left in this race, she has to be considered a contender, and she's not without some forward positioning.
Second off, a little bit of a layoff, Pichu.
Yeah, this horse is too slow to beat these, but she too potentially has speed.
Linkers going on, Nemain, who does have some speed.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised she's favored in this race, to be honest. Maybe it has something to do with the trainer change, but coming from a trainer with a high win percentage. I mean, she's one of the contenders, but I prefer others. But, I mean, the 2 and 4 were so clearly to me the right horses, and they both came out.
Talk a little bit more about the second race from Laurel Park. When we come back, we'll take a quick time out here on America's Day at the Races. More live racing coming up.
$6,600,000. $1,600,000 in the day. $1,600,000 bid now. Bid now. $650. $1,650. $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Weekends are for winners at Naira Bets. Opt into the Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with Naira Bets.
We're back on America's Day at the races. Acacia Kalani, Andy Sterling, Maggie Wolfendale, as we get ready for race 2 from Laurel Park. Coming up next, live look at what's going on the track. There's one of the contenders, Curling's Spirit, on the track. It's 8-5, though, to the outside on the number 8, Nemain. Yetsit Hazelwood, the jockey, too, has been on quite a roll. I would imagine, as you mentioned, this one taking most of the attention because of the connections.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, listen, it's not a circuit I'm familiar with. I'm not familiar with how they bet certain trainers and riders and situations. I don't know exactly why this one is supposed to be favored in here. I don't know for sure that she actually will be favored. I'll take a look at the will pays and the doubles and see see if somebody else is going to get bet. It's just, it's hard for me to, somebody who, there are some other circuits as Naira I'll look at. One of them is not Laurel, so while I've handicapped the races, I really don't have any particular insights here. It appears that it'll be very close between the 3 and the 8 by post time. The doubles are almost exactly the same.
There is the 3, Last Gift, who actually beat Nemain last time out. Last Gift does boast 2 wins, and she comes in good form.
Yeah, like I said, I just don't have any feel. I mean, the 6 ran a big race in the front, but probably not going to be the speed in this race. I don't have an opinion here. I like the 2 and 4. They both scratch, so I don't know what to say.
So what do you want to talk about then?
Something else. I don't know what to say.
You're making my job very easy.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about this Laurel race. I'm not sure why. I'm dumbfounded, to be honest with you. They all look about the same to me on paper. Maybe somebody else has a better insight than I do, but I don't have one. I mean, I could look at it all, keep looking at it and talking about it, but what can I say? I think the 3 is supposed to get an aggressive ride and be in front. If you put a gun to my head, I'd bet on the 3, Last Gift.
Fair enough. 2-1 right now as they move towards the starting gate. Good over at Laurel Park in Maryland. I haven't been to Laurel in several years now. I used to go quite a bit back when I worked at Gulfstream Park. But there's this market. Maggie might remember the name of it. There's this market close by, and I believe it's either an Amish market or I can't remember exactly what it is. But they have the most amazing pastries. Maggie, do you remember what I'm talking about?
100%, Acacia. I missed that. It was just an Amish market. They had them all over Maryland and up in Pennsylvania when I grew up. But my favorite thing there was their stuffed pretzel sticks. They were to die for. So I am totally on board with you. I missed that market. It's literally right out the gate on the other side of 198. So amen, sister.
Well, now I'm craving the stuffed pretzel sticks because she's right. Those are delicious. So next time Andy and I go to Laurel, I'm bringing you over there, Andy, and
I
we're
haven't
getting
been
pretzels.
there since Maryland Millions Day in 2007, I think.
All right, we're going to make a trip, the three of us, to go get some pretzels. Loading in for race 2 at Laurel Park, Dave Rodman has the call.
And they're off. Last gift, Hot Mess Ness away in good order, and Pichu is going to fire up in the orange cap to take the lead. The main hard-ridden and coming closer now. Fourth, only a length and a half from the front, and now taking that third spot. In fact, looks like wants to join the pace on the outside under Yedzit Hazelwood. So it is Last Gift, a narrow lead, and Pichu at the outside is Nemain right there. A close third, and God, I Need a Favor racing fourth. Hot Mess Ness is in between horses. It's around the far turn, and Curleen Spirit has to come from last, but on the outside, only 3.5 lengths from the front. So around that turn, Last Gift tenacious on the lead there, with Pichu pressing every step of the way. Nemain, Curleen Spirit is going to circle today, and it's God, I Need a Favor down to the inside. Hot Mess Ness is in between horses two, still with a shot. They race to the top of the stretch and make the turn for home. Last Gift out of the inside, trying to hang on to the lead. Between horses is Pichu. Out center of the track is Curleen Spirit. God, I Need a Favor, and Hot Mess Ness. No fire from Nemain, who's dropped out of it, and they've got a furlong left to go. Here's Curleen Spirit. Curleen Spirit, God, I Need a Favor on the inside. God, I Need a Favor. God, I Need a Favor on the inside of the photo finish. Curleen Spirit from God, I Need a Favor. Driving finish, and Pichu was third.
Maybe it was just a $25,000 claiming race, but they made it exciting coming down to the wire. Curleen's Spirit digging in over God, I Need a Favor. If you had the one, I bet you were thinking just that as they neared the wire.
Yeah, Linda Albert, trainer of Magic Wisner, who our friend the Mig rode to a second-place finish in the Preakness behind War Emblem. Just missing getting the job done, every chance to get by, but Curleen Spirit held on for the win. A stalking
Non-effort from Nemain, who took all that money. Just very disappointing. Might have got something not 100% there, as did end up crossing the wire, which was good to see. But Curleen Spirit with the win as we head back over to New York. Horses in the paddock for race 2. There's first-time starter Salute to Service as we get a paddock report from Maggie.
Andy, I'll probably regret this, and I apologize, but correction there. It was Nancy Alberts that trained Magic Wisner. Linda Albert, though, a very well-known trainer there in Maryland for sure for quite a long time. Nancy, unfortunately, no longer with us, but gosh, I miss her. She was one of my great friends during my time there, and my father actually shared a barn with her, and Magic Wisner was in that barn as well. As we'll take a look here at some of the main contenders, I do like Starship Lizzie in here. I know there is not a lot to sink your teeth into with this race, but she's making her third start for Michelle Nevin. And I thought last time it was a step in the right direction. She broke very well from that inside post position, and she pressed the eventual winner, Pinky Breyer, the whole way. And she couldn't sustain that run, and it looked as though she kind of got a little intimidated when they hit the turn, and you know you feel that pressure. They kind of fold over when horses run around that turn, and I thought the addition of blinkers here for Michelle Nevin really should help her chances. Just a short cup cheater blinker, but she's developed into a more athletic looking individual with starts under her belt, and she's not the biggest, but she looks the part here, as her main rival is one that has no form to take a look at. That's number 4, Salute to Service. As daughter of McKinsey, the dam, she did win, albeit very cheaply on the dirt. Sprinting, the dam is half, though, to a multiple stakes turf sprinter, stakes-winning turf sprinter, Bold Thunder. So George Weaver, looking at his numbers, first start maiden claimer 2-year-olds, he's 2 for 10 with a negative ROI of 152. This filly, she's got a little bit of a wintry look to her overall. Good size, fairly athletic relative to the rest of this field here. Is getting a little sharp. Does present herself as a little bit of a bewildered type. There was another horse who was acting out while being saddled, and when she heard that, she started screaming like, "Oh my gosh, what's happening?" So we'll see how professional she is, if there's any greenness for her to overcome. But taking a lot of money as of now. Acacia?
She's 6-5. Maggie, thank you. Salute to Service. We'll see if she can become a bit more focused as we get closer to post time. There goes Joelle Rosario, all smiles.
Thanks to Maggie for that correction. She's absolutely right, of course, about the trainer. I apologize for that. So it happens when I tried to editorialize on the Maryland racing. I won't do it again.
There's the one. Choppin' Broccoli, the other George Weaver.
Yeah, this horse, his 2 dirt races are just atrocious. Showed some speed, but I don't know why this horse is taking any money.
Hudson River Line, turf to dirt.
Yeah, well, there's not much to go on in the pedigree to say it's going to prove on dirt, but is a king for the day.
Blinkers going on, Starship Lizzie.
I'd rather go with this horse who's going to be forward, and I think in front with Kendrick for Michelle. I think she's the one to beat.
First-time starter, Salute to Service.
Won't have to be that good to win, but I'm going to try to beat.
Taparoo making her second start.
I thought she was interesting if you wanted another horse near. You know, I'm a fan of Bill Morey. Does come out of a good race, the one that Starship Lizzie comes out of.
Gets blinkers on. Golden Miracle with Joel Rosario.
It would take more than a Golden Miracle to get a horse that's lost by 80 lengths in the first 2 races to win.
And big price on Pensima to the outside.
Didn't do any running at Finger Lakes first time out. Would have to improve.
Blinkers going off on this one, making her second career start at a big price to the outside. That's the field. Race 2 here at Aqueduct. These 2-year-olds, everyone looking for the first win of their career. 9-2, a lot of money coming in on the 1, it feels like.
Well, you know, they're looking at turf race. This is probably an example because the horses' last 2 buyer figures are the same, basically the figures Starship Lizzie ran last time. And people aren't distinguishing between the fact that those were turf races and a dirt race. The 2 times this horse ran in the dirt, ran a -0 buyer and a 3 buyer. So there is a lot of evidence this horse can't run at all in the dirt, and no evidence that, in fact, she can run in the dirt. Now, maybe she'll run better. It's not a particularly strong field, and maybe she shows some speed, but I think she's being bet for the wrong reasons because of figures earned on the turf. Whereas Starship Lizzie, listen, there's nobody in here that's going to win any stake races. But Starship Lizzie, the 3, you know, I mean, she dueled for the lead last time. She fought it out with the eventual winner who came back to win here the other day. I'm talking about the 3 Starship Lizzie. And she's got blinkers on for Michelle Nevin, figures to get better with each start. This is the 3 Starship Lizzie I'm talking about, and
she's somewhere
I just
out there.
think she's the horse to beat the horse to beat, and I think she is favored now, and I believe she should be. I think just betting a firster because it's Flavian Pratt is not how you win gambling. Now, a firster could win this race. It's not a very strong field, but I'm going to go against.
6-5 now on Starship Lizzie as we head back trackside to Maggie. What are you seeing in the warm-ups?
Yeah, taking a look at a second-time starter here, also coming out of that Pinky Briar race. And Pinky Briar came back and beat winners with a 62 buyer in her subsequent effort. But number 6, Taparoo for Bill Morey, always dangerous, obviously. And the fact of the matter, though, is she did no running from my eye in that first race. Now, I didn't cover that affair, so I don't know how she acted in the debut, but she was a little bit tough to saddle. She was the one that caused the noise and the ruckus to upset your current second choice, number 4, Salute to Service. But since she's settled down and she's gotten a nice aggressive warm-up from Ruben Silvera, and so all those things adding up with the blinkers going on say to me that they're going to try to get her to show a little bit more speed. Now, she is fairly athletic. She's well-muscled behind the saddle, so I think getting her involved is obviously going to give her a good chance. I respect her. I'm not going to be surprised if she pulls off the upset. I just didn't like her as much as your now current 6-5 favorite in Starship Lizzie. Now let's take a look at the second longest shot on the board, and that's number 2, Hudson River Line. She is the king for a day, and king for a day is, they don't like the turf. They like the dirt, and I do think that she should run better on this surface. It's all relative. She does drop out of a maiden special weight where she did no running in a turf sprint, but that race kind of more forwardly dominated. She looks incredibly fit here. Great coat to her as well. Like I said, I don't mind this surface change, and I just thought, you know, if you want somebody that's going to pick up the pieces late, not that that's the way these races are normally won, as they're won by horses who are forwardly placed, because these types generally don't want to pass. But again, maybe she can pick up some pieces late, because she definitely looks better than what her 27-1 odds would suggest. Acacia?
She's a big price, and maybe some things to like underneath. Maggie, thank you. 7-pound apprentice Delila Rivera, who actually I thought was going to win a race for a moment yesterday on a Charlie Baker horse. Always interesting to follow some new young apprentices that come to ride in New York. Not an easy thing to do.
Well, you know, it's not a bad idea for an apprentice to take a shot here, because usually in the winter there's an apprentice that can get some business and win some races. So, you know, and we'll see this almost every year, right? You know, you'll see 2 or 3 apprentices try to see if they can make it here, and often one of them will stick around and do well. I mean, last winter, obviously, you had Christopher Elliott here who did well. He's an apprentice. He's a journeyman now, and I say something. Christopher's done a great job, and he and Jose Santos, his agent, you know, in making that turn, because we have seen, I mean, I've been around a long time. You're getting up there, Acacia, but we've seen some extremely good apprentices, and you think, oh, this person's going to do well as a journeyman, and they just get completely swallowed up. They can't get the business, and they never turn the corner. But Christopher has done an exceptional job in turning that corner. Boy, the 3 is an overwhelming favorite.
I was just going to say, taking a lot more money now. Andy and Maggie landing on Starship. Lizzie making her 3rd start. Michelle Nevin, Kendra Carmouche going to be aboard for this filly. Let's go back quickly to the 6, Taparoo, who Maggie was talking about. Yeah, she just did no running, and she took a little bit of money. I remember first time out, she was green prior to the race, so good that she got the higher marks today. But it just seemed like she unfortunately didn't lift her feet. I tried to look at her and see if I could make a little bit of a case for her second time out.
I'm always going to look at anything Matisses have. I mean, Paul and Duke Matisse are 2 of the sharper guys in the game, and they like to bet, which we appreciate as well. This horse took a little bit of action first time out. There's really no pedigree to speak of, but this is not exactly the kind of race where you want to get caught up in something like that, you know? And maybe can run better second time out. I have respect for them. So out of that respect, and Bill Morey is a trainer that I'm always sort of gravitating, looking at his horses, because he seems to do pretty well. He doesn't run a lot of horses, and he wins races. So you pay attention. I wish this one had done a little bit more running first time out, though.
6-1 on Taparoo. Even money now on Starship Lizzie. The blinkers going on. Graduation day for one of these New York bred fillies. Race 2 coming up next at Aqueduct. Here's Chris Griffin.
Golden Miracle. Golden Miracle steps forward. Pensima. Pensima steps back, steps forward. Goes in, all set. And they're off. Golden Miracle right out towards the front, and Salute to Service in the early mix, and Salute to Service is quickest. Salute to Service is now up by a full length. To the outside, Golden Miracle is a close-up second. Starship Lizzie in between horses, Orange Cap. Taparoo is on the move, is now taken 3rd. At the rail in a shared 4th, that's Hudson. Riverline back to 5th will be Starship Lizzie. Having a check and steady out of there was Choppin' Broccoli, who's second to last, and the trailer is Pensima. 22.57 for that opening quarter mile on the front end. Salute to Services in front is up by a full length. Right there in second, in between horses, that's Golden Miracle. It's a 3-wide run here for Taparoo. Starship Lizzie is under the shove here from 4th, but is still about 4.5 lengths back. Pensima starts a rally from the back. Hudson Riverline, Choppin' Broccoli is the trailer. Salute to Service kicks for home. Salute to Service is way out in front. Now 6-7 lengths clear. Taparoo and Golden Miracle, they're battling it out for the minors right now, but it's all Salute to Service. Approaching a final 16th. Flavien Prat, confident look back. Salute to Service. Much the best. Salute to Service will win it. Golden Miracle. Then comes Taparoo and Starship Lizzie. 1 minute 12.26 seconds.
Salute to Service gets the win. Turns out she was taking money for a reason. And also, Flavien Prat put her on the lead, especially when the 3 had trouble at the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it made any difference because the 3 ran as badly as she did in here. But when the 3 didn't break, her chances went just completely down the toilet, and this horse was able to get the front. You know, with Flavien, he is not afraid to go to the front and found the right field to dominate, but you can't really see it much on the head-on. We should try to show the pan, but the 3 just gets left.
Yeah, nothing happened to the 3. She didn't stumble or have any issues. Kendrick Carmouche tried to ask her Starship Lizzie, and she just was slow, so she's stuck in that chasing spot where Salute to Service was able to get to the lead, control things. Now, I think it's fair to say it looks like there was not much behind her, but she was tactically at an advantage right from the beginning.
You only have to beat the horses that you're running against. And in this case, this horse got to the front, the race was over.
4-7-6-3. Disappointing effort from the favor after that slow start. Salute to Service with the victory. As you can see, winning by as much as she likes. Getting the win here under Flavien Prat. He takes a lot of attention, and it seems that Flavien just does not put a foot wrong. And here's where you're going to be able to see it a little bit clearer. And keep your eyes on the 3 there in that red cap, just off slow. So Flavien Prat in the blue cap, she wasn't initially the quickest, but he puts her on the lead, and Flavien is making all the right choices right now.
He just does, you know. He's on live horses, but he rides them the right way. It's very, very rare that Flavien Prat rides the best horse and does not win. And that's all you can ask from a rider. And, you know, in this case, obviously the competition wasn't much. And when the 3 didn't break, it changed the dynamic of the race, and the 3 didn't run either. Just no, but look who ran second. I mean, look at the PP's doors who ran second. That sort of tells you all you need to know.
4-7-6-3, 2-1, first time out winner with Flavien Prat once again. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net today. Salute to Service with the win. If you are numbers better, it was 4-4. the early double. The 4 won the first race and the 4 won the second race.
I had neither of them.
Fair enough. Salute to Service and gets the job done with Flavien Prat, first-time starter. His aggression paid off as well.
Yeah, listen. He found the right field, and you know, if your opinion in the race was, I don't want to bet the 3, then you probably bet this one. I think it's a, I think there's some different handicap philosophies. I do not defer to favorites. I mean, to firsters. I just don't. I mean, there's firsts you're going to bet on versus stories, but in these kind of maiden claiming races, you'll often see firsters bet 5-2 or 2-1, and they're sort of betting them. They have live connections, they have a live rider, and there's this assumption they're going to run, and for the most part, they don't. Betting on firsters this time of the year and stuff, not a great way to succeed. Now, it worked out in this race, but it's not something that I do overall. It works for me overall. It didn't work here.
616, Salute to Service with the victory. Wins on debut for trainer George Weaver. As your favorite off the board in race 2, that'll help a little bit as far as the early pick 5 follow along, though Salute to Service did take some early attention. Race 3 coming up next, maiden claiming for 50,000, 7 furlongs on the main track. You've got pretty more wide open board here. No very heavy favorite. New York Scrappy and Fateful Lightning taking most of the attention. Both of those horses that have been running on the turf recently.
Yeah, why anybody's betting Fateful Lightning, I have no idea. I'd like to book every cent bet on that horse, who will obviously drift up. It looks like a significant 4th choice in the big 3s. As far as New York Scrappy, they're betting because of Flavien Prat. And listen, he wins a lot of races. This horse's 2 dirt races are terrible. They're absolutely terrible. Okay.
And was the favorite in
he
one
dueled
of them.
in a fast pace in his second start. The problem is the horse he dueled with was called Bob, who finished second. So it's not as though the race completely collapsed. And if you want to take a look at Call Bob's PPs, go into Formulator and look them up and tell me how much you want to bet on this horse in this race. They're betting because of Flavien Prat. It's a failed turf horse. It's a horse that doesn't win races on the surface he's supposed to win on. I mean, is it possible he wins in this race? Yes, but anything under 5 or 6 to 1 on this horse is a massive underlay, in my opinion. I'm not even sure 5 or 6 to 1 isn't an underlay.
Talk a little bit more about him and the rest of this field when we come back. We'll also preview our other stake coming up a little bit later on today in the Pebbles. Peak Hype has to deal with an outside post again today. We'll see if she can work out a trip.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand and nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Coming up later in race 8, we have the grade 3 Pebbles here in New York, rescheduled from last week, and as a result, as it's our last day of turf racing, no longer using the inner, so a different distance this week because it's on the outer turf course.
And, you know, fortunately, going from a mile to a mile and a 16th, I don't think it really affects anybody in here. They're all capable, and the favorite Fast Market and Peak Hype. And there's an additional player. It's a better race than it was last week, frankly, with the 6 coming in from Kentucky.
Here's Fast Market. She just missed going a mile and an eighth last time out in the Sands Point behind Ready for Candy, who was the favorite and has been in very good form. She ran very well. Maybe it took her some time to break her maiden, but she's been good lately.
I agree. I mean, she arguably ran the best race against a horse with more experience that was in great form to beat her. A good horse for Phil Antonacci, who had a great trip in here. Fast Market, she's really improved quickly for Terra Nova. They wisely entered or cross-entered in the, this is one of the stakes. I don't know. They're running later this week. Maybe this is Revere at Churchill, because it could have come off. Fortunately, it didn't, and they're going to run, but she's got a rival in Peak Hype.
Speaking of Peak Hype, she is a deep closer, so tactically we'll see what kind of trip she works out. And she does have the outside post today, but she had an outside post in this allowance race that we're watching, and she never got to save any ground at any stage of the race.
And you know, I mean, there was nothing that Ricardo could do. You could see he didn't want to make the move he made, because those kind of 3 to 5 wide moves in 2-turn turf races are often just eliminate your chances. But there was nothing he could do, so he had to get a move, and she ended up really finishing in here. Very good effort by an improving horse, but she's going to have to run well, because Fast Market's good, as is the horse shipping in from Kentucky.
Over at Laurel Park, race 3 coming up next. It's a mile on the main track. Hollywood Import, currently even money, stretching out in distance.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hollywood Import deserves to beat. The horse on the outside's not a bad price if she stays at 7-2, or he does, because I think he's the chief rival.
Power Grid, who won nicely last time out, going 7/8, should be able to handle the extra furlong today. It's an allowance race for the 2-year-olds coming up at Laurel. Dave Rodman has the call.
Lined up, and they're off. While Warrior Bella de Plata asks for early zip and gives it 2 as they move on to the main portion of the track from the 1 mile chute. There goes Bella de Plata. Bella de Plata just in front from Wild Warrior. War Madam is in 3rd position. Power Grid on the chase outside. And then back to Longue racing to the tail of the field. Here's Hollywood Import at the back 2 with Golden Sand, who's last of them all on the outside. Heading on the backstretch, Bella de Plata at a good pace. Leads about a length. Wild Warrior's up there close in 2nd. Power Grid's worked over to the rail and keeping pace in 3rd position. Asked to stay up there just a couple of lengths from the front. War Madam is in 4th, and it's Longue racing in 5th position. Golden Sand is in between horses. Hollywood Import is last around the far turn. Hollywood Import out 3 wide, still has 8 to make up. Bella de Plata's been doing all that pace running up front and kicks away by some 2 lengths. From Wild Warrior, Power Grid is in 3rd. Another 2 lengths back, and it's War Madam in 4th. Hollywood Import is now past Golden Sand, and Longue's dropped out to last position, and they turn for home with a 1/4 mile left to go. Bella de Plata running up a storm. Bella de Plata by 4 lengths out from Wild Warrior. On the inside, Power Grid still trying. Another 7 lengths back. Hollywood Import, never really in it, is in 4th. They come to the last furlong now, and it's Bella de Plata. Bella de Plata trying to stay. Power Grid take it off the inside. One final try. Power Grid taking aim at Bella de Plata with a 16 to go. Bella de Plata and Power Grid, Bella de Plata to the 2nd wire finish. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. Too close to call from a 16th of a mile away. 2nd wire finish.
They were a little bit of space in between the 2 horses, and everybody was tired coming down to that 2nd wire, as you heard in Dave's call. So too close to call between the 8 Power Grid, who was outside, and the 3 Bella de Plata inside in the blue cap.
They were pretty leg weary down the stretch, and somehow they were drawing away from the other horses. And if Dave Rodman's not going to call it, I'm not going to call it. I think it looked like the 8 may have gotten up, but we're not that familiar with the angle, and when there's that much separation between the 2 horses, it can often favor the horse down on the inside. It felt like the outside horse has gotten up, right? But
it felt like the 8 had the best momentum, but they were so far apart at that stage that it was tough to see who got their nose down right at that moment. So we will keep you updated when we have the results of that photo at Laurel. Though here in the paddock, there is the number 1 free spin for the 3rd at Aqueduct. But Maggie, Magnanimous Max, how's he look off that big layoff?
Yeah, Magnanimous Max just represents everything I look at when I'm judging horses in the paddock, of everything that I want to see, especially this time of year. He is good looking. I did not cover his race way back when in January. I think I was out in Arkansas for that weekend. But he also, in that race, he was the last one to go in, and they sprung the latch, I think, before this horse was really ready. The assistant starter was barely on the partition, and so he kind of broke, like, oh my gosh, and just got a little out-footed. So therefore, as he makes his first start for trainer Brad Cox, I'm looking at a fit horse. I'm looking at an engaged horse that is very well turned out from the mental side of things too. Yes, I'm a little concerned about the turn back in distance. He does look like a horse that would appreciate more ground rather than less, as he'll cut back from the mile to the 7 furlongs today. But he definitely looks best here in the paddock, and I think he deserves another shot as he comes out of what is a pretty good race, albeit the winner that day, who wired the field, Superpower, was ironically a 37-1 West Point horse. You don't often see their horses go off at that big of odds and win, but they did that day, and so I think just against it and find some softer company here, Magnanimous Max. I want to say Mike for some reason. But moving on to horses who are trying different surfaces, and Fateful Lightning is doing such for the first time, getting on the dirt here for Mark Hennig's second off of the claim. There's a bit of pedigree to kind of go either way, to be fair, but from my estimation, he does look a bit more turf meant overall. Just kind of that real angular hind end to him, is a little bit lighter through there as well, lacks that conditioning that you want to see, that strength to be able to handle the dirt. he looks fantastic overall, and if this was a maiden claimer on the turf, then I do think he would make sense. But then again, two back, he did do that as the beaten favorite, finishing 4th that day. Moving on to the outside with number 8, New York Scrappy. Look, those 2 races on the dirt are not good, and he looks like a turf horse. But on the flip side of that, he looks fantastic here. He is dappled head to toe. He looks like a Trojan horse. And I think the best option for him, and what I'm sure that really good rider on his back, Flavien Prat, is thinking, is to just get forward position as those shortcut cheater blinkers go on Acacia. We'll see if that works out, but definitely have my reservations about taking a short price on what looks like a turf horse.
Maggie, thank you. Post parade underway. We pick it up with the 5, Magnanimous Max. This horse off the bench since January, and I was here that day in very cold Aqueduct.
I was in cold
You were in
Florida, so I want to hear it freezing my butt off down there. Couldn't even go outside. It was so cold. I prefer this horse as well.
There's Mr. RT.
I think this horse is a little interesting. He comes out of a very good race first time out. I'm going to use him at a price.
29 Stars and Strides. There's Cat Fast for Linda Rice.
Other than Linda Rice, I can't think of anything to recommend about this horse. She just looks slower than others.
And New York Scrappy, turf to dirt.
It's drifting up a little bit in odds as people were starting to figure it out. You know, it's similar. You look at this horse and the 2. It's similar to the 1 in the last race who was basically eased. Betting horses in dirt races because of turf figures is going to get you in a lot of trouble. And this time of year, especially as turf racing is coming to an end, trainers are going to try these horses on the dirt, and they should, because the winter's coming up, and if they can handle the dirt, they can stick around and run the dirt. Otherwise, they're either going to ship them to Florida or give them the winter off, which is also fine. But you're going to see people take chances. It's up to you as a bettor to bet against those horses if they're taking money. It's one thing if you see a pedigree and you find it interesting and the horse is 15-1 and you want to take a shot. But to bet a horse like the 2 at 9-2 or the 8 at 7-2, in my opinion, you're taking so much the worst of it, because we can keep saying it and we say it a lot. It's a different surface. It's a different ball game. This horse is the horse to beat, the 1 Acacia, but I bet this horse last time. That was some hang job not to win. And I know that Sergeant Caps, the horse who beat him, came back to win. But he was 0 for 16 coming in this race, and he had refused quite a few times to win races. I just feel like Free Spin should have won last time. Having said that, I still think he's the horse to beat.
He is a short price now. Manny Franco going to be aboard, getting that spirited solo warm-up. And Sergeant Caps did come back to win again, though, which I thought was interesting. He did regress from a buyer speed figure point in his next start.
I'm glad you brought that up. He ran 4 buyer points worse, so I think that's a very fair thing to point out. And, you know, look who was 3rd. Take a look at Into Inspiration, the 4 horse. Look at his PPs. He ran a 67 buyer in that race, far and away the best number he's run. 6.5 furlong races are, if you want to find races, unreliable figures that can happen in odd distance races. Now, we do run more 6.5s than a lot of tracks do, but sometimes, you know, you don't run that many, and they can be tricky numbers. So sometimes they'll be a little high, a little bit low. It's a figure maker's dilemma. You'll see it in 5.5s. How often do you see horses that run 5.5 furlongs and they get a bigger number than they normally get? It's a tricky thing. It's not that the figure maker's wrong. It's just, it's like off the turf figures, right? How many times you see off the turf figures that turf horses will run and they can't reproduce them in a scheduled dirt race. It's just an anomaly in the game. I don't blame the figure makers. I more think as a horse player, it's up to you to determine these things and figure them out. It's not always up to the figure makers who are trying to do the best they can.
Horses finishing up their warm-ups out there on track. We'll check back in with Maggie.
And Acacia, we'll check in with the favorite here trackside. That is number 1, Free Spin, who was okay in the paddock, but once he got out on track, he told a different story as he just looks sensational. I am going to pick against him, and I felt more confident when looking at these horses in the paddock, but now that I've watched his warm-up where he is just framed up beautifully on the muscle, his legs, front legs, you know, flicking them out there, looks like a metronome, and just it's poetry in motion to watch a horse like that out on the racetrack. You know, that's kind of why you do it. You love the beauty of these horses, and they literally look like poetry in motion when they're moving that well and just look that confident heading into a race. So I have no problems with your favorite. He got a nice blowout for Rick Dutrow, who likes to use that quote-unquote old school method of, blowing a horse out, which is going, 3/8 of a mile or even quarter of a mile quite quickly and then pulling them up right after the wire just to get them sharp, get some air into their lungs. And I've seen it on a lot of occasions work very well. As we'll move on to a horse that's a big price in here and arguably comes out of the best field of any of these, and that's number 6, Mr. RT. And looking at it like this, I like the 1, I like the 5. Taking 5-1 on the 2, who's never been on the dirt, and I know the 7 is Linda Rice, and she always must be revered, but that horse does not look like he belongs with this group. So with the 1 and the 5, I'd be willing to use the 6 underneath. I think he could look a little bit more fit, to be fair, but he does get Lasix. He was on a sloppy sealed track first time out in a very good field, which featured Stars and Strides. I know Mainstream was the beaten favorite that day. Secured Lenders okay. He's a big, good-looking horse, so I like the 7/8 for him yet again here. Again, like I said, wish there was a little bit more of a fitness to him, but hey, a long shot that could run better in a second start. Sign me up. Acacia?
Yeah, he's intriguing. 27-1. Maggie, thank you, Mr. RT. For RT Racing, yeah. Ramon Chalaj. I would imagine if Ramon's going to name a horse after himself, it might be one with a little bit of talent.
I don't understand why this horse is 30-1. And these connections, they don't win a lot of races, but they win with some weird horses at big prices. And the other thing is, it's one thing when you have a horse like this that ran against a killer field and got beaten by almost 30 lengths and was trailing the entire way around. This horse wasn't trailing the whole way around. This horse was close to the pace for the first half mile of the race. It's not as though this horse did absolutely no running that day. And this is a much, 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 much easier field than what he ran against last time. I'm not saying he's going to win. He should not be 30-1.
He's a generous price. You and Maggie both landing on the 5?
I do prefer the 5, and I think the price is fair. It's not great at 3-1, though.
Horse bet. Very eye-catching individual, that son of Maximum Security, Magnanimous Max, 5-2, 8-5 on the 1 free spin to the rail as they load in for race 3. Maiden Claiming coming up at Aqueduct. Here's Chris Griffin.
New York Scrappy goes in. All set. And they're off. Into Inspiration gets the first call, and Nose Advantage is joined to the outside from Cat Fast, and there's New York Scrappy in the early fray. At the rail is going to be Free Spin, tightly bunched up front. Free Spin at the rail, now puts ahead in front. Back to second's going to be Into Inspiration. 3 wide as New York Scrappy just off the pace. Magnanimous Max is on the move. Is now taken fourth, is towards the outside here of Cat Fast. Trying to keep up. Mr. RT, and far, far back, there's Fateful Lightning as the trailer. 22.38 for the opening quarter mile. Free Spin has company. New York Scrappy right towards the outside, now gets the advantage. New York Scrappy is a half length in front. Free Spin trying to keep up here is back to second. Magnanimous Max is all in third. Cat Fast is there. From the back trying to run on. Fateful Lightning as Into Inspiration starts to lose ground, and Mr. RT is the distant trailer. New York Scrappy has the lead, hugs the rail, went 44.69 for that half mile time. New York Scrappy is up by 5. New York Scrappy is trying to put it away, starts to tire, and here comes company. Free Spin is just grinding away, catching this tired leader. From the back, also trying to run on Cat Fast. A 16th left to go. New York Scrappy is pleading for the line, and it looks like it's coming. New York Scrappy will hold on. Free Spin from far out of it. Fateful Lightning and Cat Fast in 1 minute 22 and 4.
Linkers back on. New York Scrappy able to hold on late in the stretch. Flavian Pratt picks up another one.
I don't know what to say anymore. I really don't. I have no idea. Congrats if you had this horse. I mean, and as I said, sometimes these turf horses win. This horse was involved in a wildly fast pace. I know the track is fast. I know others didn't run. I would book this horse if they ran the race again. But I mean,
22-1, 44-3 early on in the race, and yeah, it got a little bit leg weary late, but he was able to dig in and hold off the late rally from the 1 free spin.
Yeah, I mean, the 5 obviously can't run. I mean, I don't know if he has some sort of issue or something.
He didn't look comfortable at any stage of the race.
Going
the
up.
5, Magnanimous Max's head was high.
Yep.
He didn't really look like he was ever traveling or comfortable.
No, and I mean, the race was falling apart a little at the end, but the only horse that was running at the end a little bit was the 2. The other turf horse, this is a race where I bet, I lost, and if they ran again, I'd bet, and I'd lose again.
As the 2, Fateful Lightning, came flying for 3rd, was actually claimed out of this race too. But 7-2 on the 8, New York Scrappy. Good name for a horse to win at Aqueduct. 8-1, 2-7 in race number 3. Flavien Prat picks up his 2nd win today in just 3 races. Digging in, holding off a free spin late in the stretch there after that quick pace early on. Picks up another victory. We'll bring you prices and more and wrap up this 3rd race when we come back after this. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bet. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Getting a good look at the Manhattan Bridge as we see New York Scrappy. Like I said, well named for a horse running at Aqueduct, at least. You gotta be scrappy.
I'm guessing they'll be leaving this one in the dirt going forward because he did something he couldn't do before on the turf. And I mean, it's a completely different horse. He never had that kind of speed on the turf. I mean, it's just bizarre.
He is the full brother to National Identity, who's a good dirt horse for Danny Gargan. However, I think our point is the 2 dirt races that this horse ran previously, I know against slightly better, but they were both incredibly disappointing races. Not the case today.
I honestly, I don't know what to say. But yeah, this horse, congrats. I didn't, but I wasn't close. My 5 horse was terrible, and my long shot 6 was even worse.
8-1 there under the line. New York Scrappy digging in. He was a bit scrappy, holding off. A late run from Free Spin and that late rally from Fateful Lightning going turf to dirt was claimed out of this race. New York Scrappy, $9.26 winner.
Yeah, they claimed Fateful Lightning. I was looking up some numbers that happened last night when I was looking at Saturday's card on horses claimed from Mark Hennig. If you looked at those numbers of horses claimed away from Mark Hennig, you would not have dropped a slip on the 2.
Interesting. Well, we'll see what the future does hold for Fateful Lightning as we see a little bit more of a price so far in that early pick 5 follow along. 2 races to go for the early pick 5 sequence, and our next race is some stakes action. The Forever Together coming up next. Mile and a 16th on this outer turf, one of 2 stakes races today. And as we say goodbye to turf season this afternoon, I'm also going to be saying goodbye to me right now.
You're leaving me?
I'm leaving you.
I don't blame you. You've had enough of me. If you haven't had enough of me after today, you've never had enough of me.
I will be back reporting later. Greg Wolf going to come up on the desk to take you the rest of the way as we take a look at the field for the Forever Together. 2 to 5 on oversubscribed. Is that about right or too short?
I don't know these days. Flavien Prat's riding. Everything he rides should be 1 to 9. I don't know. I'm not handicapping anymore. I'm just betting every horse that Flavien rides.
Seems like some of the betting public has taken that tactic as well.
Yes.
Oversubscribed.
And they're winning and I'm losing.
Yes, at 2 to 5 as she makes her long-awaited return to the races in the Forever Together. Take a quick time out. We'll welcome in Greg. Hear Andy and Maggie's thoughts on the stake. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Forever Together has been produced on the outside, and she'll run to daylight as they run to the final furlong. And here is Caribbean Sunset, who comes bursting on through to take the lead. And Forever Together coming with giant strides, and there she is to win the Diana again. Forever Together.
Back to back in the Diana, 4-time Grade 1 winner. And the year prior, when she had won this race, named 2008 champion turf female after having the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf. What a runner for Jonathan Shepard, multi-millionaire.
It's funny, you look at her, you see those silks, you think of like with anticipation for Jonathan Shepard as well. You know, another grade doing that and running them down. She was just a terrific, terrific racehorse. And she had run third in her turf debut in the Just a Game, and then she won the Diana the previous year big price in her second career turf start. Just went on and just really a tremendous racehorse.
Race named in her honor. Coming up next, we're approaching the 15-minute mark to post it. We'll kick off the pick six, and indeed one to remember. Look at the resume and what she was able to accomplish in that incredible career for Augustin Stables and the great Jonathan Shepard. This group, of course, for this year's edition of this race, marks the return, oversubscribed, 1-2 favorite that we've not seen since the Pebbles last November.
Yeah, and to give you a glimpse of just how insane the wagering has become with Flavien Prat, the pick three closing with oversubscribed, and it would be Flavien, is actually paying less than the parlay of the first two winners. And certainly, I don't know about the first one, a first-time starter or whatever, that won easily. The last winner was a little theoretically overbet with Flavien. But at this point, the way he's doing, I'm not sure anything he rides is overbet if they're above 1-9.
It is incredible. Forever Together coming up next. Greg Wolf, by the way, stepping in for Acacia Clement. Good to see everybody. This race to start the pick six, we have a half-brother to former Horse of the Year in 2017 and Hall of Famer, gun runner coming up. Tino for Chad Brown's going to make that debut that was rescheduled. Excited for that. That's obviously a horse I believe you went with, right? First time out?
I did. I respect the 4 Fight for Allegiance. It's not an easy field, and it's actually pretty much an exact bringback of the race from last week. We not only brought back the 2 turf stakes, but we brought back the 5th race from last week as well when we had to cancel because of the extremely windy conditions.
Pratt will ride that one for Chad Brown, so we know the price is going to be short, especially with that monster pedigree. That's
How's
coming
that pick
up
4 going to look?
to start the pick 5 of the next race. First things first, though, Forever Together now 1-2 on oversubscribed. Weaknesses here in off the bench. Is this horse run that fast that deserves to be odds on?
Yes, she deserves to be odds on. She kept better company. She ran races that are faster than these. But, she is a deep closer that at times has sort of been her own worst enemy because of her running style. Now, with the addition of the 2 Nices Pie and Spinning Colors, there should be at least an honest pace. And Chad Brown has exceptional numbers off layoffs. I know they're hoping to bring this horse down to Florida to run the Pegasus Phillies race that day. But listen, she's still got to go out and get it done. But she's got the right guy riding them and did find the right feel. When this horse was originally drawn, there was a much tougher Graham Motion horse than anybody in the race. That horse scratched last Sunday, so not surprisingly wasn't re-entered. And that horse was a clear-cut second choice. Without that horse participating, it just becomes a race where Elversum probably loses because she doesn't show up, but it's a layoff. It's possible.
Their toughest competition might be her stablemate, Mally Moo.
Yeah.
Let's get you back to Laurel, and then we'll return to the Forever Together. Race 4 at Laurel as they step onto the turf course. 5-2 favorite in the 12 here. Mile on the grass in this starter optional claiming spot. Fillies and mares 3 and up, and that's Endless Val, Horacio de Paz.
Sorry, let me get over there. Horacio won the other turf race that we saw a little bit earlier today. The horse that was the kind of the one to beat was down the rail was Bossy Jeans. Maybe just looking through quickly, the 5 second off a layoff for Phil Schoenthal could be a little bit interesting. Second time on the grass. Maybe the 7, Rehoboth Avenue. I did not have a lot of brilliant ideas in this race.
The 15, by the way, taking a little bit of money.
Endless Vow is okay, but not, 5-2 on that horse from an outside post. And, of course, all the AEs draw in. You're right, the 16. That horse is dangerous
15.
as well. 15. Okay, I didn't have the 16 scratch. Gee, I guess gonna have to work out a trip as a deep closer in that race. We'll see, how much pace there is, because with the 1 coming out, it really does change the dynamic. It takes away a lot of the speed, and that puts a horse like the 8 theoretically being forward in this race. A horse is basically overmatched on paper, but probably going to be in front.
Yeah, that one sprinter stretching out looks, no question, like the speed of the speed in here. Has never gone this distance. So 5-2 favorite, 4th here from Laurel, the 12 Endless Val. 1 for 5 on the lawn. Dave Rodman, the call.
Rehoboth Avenue. Funny. Richie's Valentine. Skidly Dat. Real 52 feet, 1 out. Off in the 4th. Bonnie flying out of there first. Bonnie, Richie's Valentine on the outside, moves to second early. As they move to the turn, Seven's Magic will settle in down to the rail, racing in third position. Skidly Dat over to the two-path on that first turn on Rehoboth Avenue, already some 8 lengths off a quick pace. Native Mischief is next. Endless Vow travels 3 deep as they head for the backstretch run. Another 2 lengths back, and it's Rock Tune Boys Go to Jupiter, working in advance of Osa, who's racing third last position. Neon City and Luminous Secret, a runaway leader out there by a dozen lengths. There goes Fani. Fani's flying. Fani about 11, 12 lengths in front. From second, Richie's Valentine. And then Skidly Dat is racing in third. Another 2 lengths back in the field. Seven's Magic down to the inside. Here's Endless Vow, still about 14 lengths from that speedy leader up front. As they round the far turn, Rock Tune down to the inside of Rehoboth Avenue out the two-path. Native Mischief is next. And Neon City racing to the tail of the field with Osa and trailing the field Luminous Secret. So midway on the final turn. And it's Fani that leads down to 4. Tracked by Skidly Dat is gaining some ground. Endless Vow is set down on the outside as a main danger as well. Endless Vow moves into third, and down on the inside, Richie's Valentine is in fourth. Seven's Magic punching through in between horses in fifth. They're coming to the final furlong. Skidly Dat. Skidly Dat scoots away. Skidly Dat, Endless Vow, extreme outside. Rehoboth Avenue on for a share, along with Boys Go to Jupiter, who's flying and trying to get up for second. It's going to be Skidly Dat. Skidly Dat, Boys Go to Jupiter. Then Endless Vow, Seven's Magic, or Rehoboth Avenue.
Skidly Dat gets into the race and gets the second win of her career on the grass.
Well, when you have that kind of runoff speed, it certainly helps a horse like this who does not have much speed, but actually a good job by the rider getting into decent position and got it done comfortably. Good call by you, Greg.
Yeah, I didn't see the closing odds. Take a peek here real quick. And it looks like 6-1. Wow. All right, Skidly Dat, upset score. 4th at Laurel. Back to New York in the Forever Together, and this one back, oversubscribed. Back off the bench. First start since November of last year for the former stakes winner for Chad Brown. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, checking in with a fully subscribed here, or oversubscribed, sorry. Clarvich has another horse named that. Anyway, oversubscribed. She's back in action today, and she has been good in her previous races. She has done even better since coming back here now as a 4-year-old. She has filled out. She was always a good-looking sort that carried her weight and conditioning well, but it's even gone on from there. Now, she is a little bit of a nervous type. She's shaking a little bit here in the paddock. It doesn't seem over the top, but I've seen her get really agitated in past races, in the paddock, in the prelims. It hasn't really affected her much in her running, but I do want to note that it's actually commonplace for her to be just a bit edgy prior to her starts. Now, her trainer, Chad Brown, noting that she had quote-unquote lung issues that has kept her away from the racetrack for just over a year now. But I can't say that I see anything wrong with her in that sense, because she's resplendent in her coat. It's shiny, it's dappled, and sometimes, you know, horses with those lung issues, they won't look very good in their coat and flesh. That's not the case with her. She looks ready to come back. But she does have a running style that sometimes makes it difficult for her to make up ground. That was the problem with her in last year's Pebbles, whereas a horse like Spinning Colors, you know, has speed and is the likely fastest horse in this field. We'll see what number 2 does coming in here for Kelsey Danner. But Spinning Colors, She has won and been successful and run well in races when she's able to control. My biggest problem with her is not with what she looks like here, because she has held her physical form incredibly well throughout 2025, this being her 8th start of this tail end of turf season. My problem is the course condition. You know, Andy and I had talked about this before. You look at her Ticonderoga, it was not very good. That was late October. And while the course is listed as firm, it's not the same firm as what it is midsummer. You know, it's quote unquote dead ground because it's not growing. We've seen some rain, not a lot, but it's also, you know, ground that has been chewed up a bit by frequent racing here at Aqueduct. It's just, it is what it is. And I just don't think a horse with her body type, that heavier body, is going to be able to skip over it quite as well, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. We'll see here post parade coming up as we approach the 5-minute mark to post here for this Forever Together, our first of 2 stakes on the lawn. And we kick off the pick 6 here in this 4th mile and a 16th. Fillies, mares, 3 and up. We'll start with a huge long shot down on the inside, Racing Colors, who is 60-1.
Yeah, I like Racing. I think it's a cool horse. She's obviously a better dirt horse, and I think the Connection took a shot here, and they thought, well, if the race comes off, we have a big chance, too.
Kelsey Danner bringing in Nice as Pie.
Boy, Kelsey Danner's horses are running very well, and I think Ricardo's going to be aggressive.
Another big price, Miss Bonnie T.
She's one of your favorites. You love Miss Bonnie T. You have nothing. You love this horse.
I've gone with her several times in the past. Not here. Spinning Colors, the speed of the field.
She is. Her last race was so bad, I just can't trust her.
First start back since the Pebbles last year, oversubscribed.
Awfully short price to take on a horse off a long layoff, but a lot of short price Flavian Pratt horse doesn't really seem to matter.
Her stablemate coming off a big effort and a near miss.
She's probably the logical other horse in the race if you're against the favorite.
And then Flowers for me outside, Jimmy Ryerson with Javier Castellano.
Jimmy's had a very good year, and I know she got that sort of fake big figure 2 back running in a competitive race. I just don't know if in a competitive level she's good enough to compete here. But she's a big price and has some things to recommend more than some others.
So back to the favorite. Here we go. Won her debut. Second next time out. And then she became a stakes winner in the Wild Applause. Let's look at her last race before she went to the bench. This was the Pebbles from last November.
What happened in the race was, if you look at it, the horse who's in front, who's going to fall apart in the inside, was Makanga. She's a free-running horse that can only be effective when she was allowed. And she's a crazy, goofy horse, to be fair. She's a tricky horse that gives riders a hard time. You got to just let her roll. And they decided to throttle her speed down. So what happened was it ended up being a very slow pace. And the horse that won, No Mo Candy, just sat outside of her in a slow pace. And so she had a big pace advantage, and it worked against Oversubscribed. Oversubscribed was extremely unlucky in the Lake George. I mean, her running style gets her in some trouble with that, but she also got completely blocked in the stretch, or she would have won. She's run some fast races. The QE2, she was never beating She Feels Pretty, and I think that Flavian, Irad tried to do something different, and Chad Brown, to get her closer to the pace, but it didn't really work out. And just that situation, you've got to let a horse just run the way they're most comfortable running, and I think they'll let her make her run. And I also think there's going to be at least a fair enough pace, because I expect the 2 to be aggressive in here. And I think the 2, by the way, should not be the 4th choice in this race. I think the 2 is a much more likely winner of this race than the 4 is. I mean, I know that she's more of a sprinting type, but she actually ran well when she was second in front of Pounce, who beat Oversubscribed in her next start in the Lake George. And she handled that mile distance. I know it's a mile and 16, but I think if they ride her aggressively in here, I don't think she's impossible to get a piece.
What speed do we have this on?
Those races, I know, they always look, I don't know, it's something about the video at Presque Isle, right? It looks like, yeah, right. If you blink a lot during it, it actually looks more fluid.
Does it? Okay.
Yeah.
So Nice as Pie. Yeah, we'll see the tactics here this afternoon. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard. Double-digit odds. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at her on the racetrack too. And I know she has spent the bulk of her career sprinting, but to me, physically, she doesn't look like a sprinter. I like this distance for her going this mile and a 16th, and reading the DRF article when leading into this race, at least last week, when it was originally scheduled to run, I saw that Kelsey Danner had said, you know, they tried to rate her last time when stretching back out on the synthetic there at Presque Isle, and she just didn't quicken. You know, she just didn't have another gear, so they want her to be more forward, and you couldn't have selected a better rider to do that for you in Ricardo Santana. And she was fairly laid back, but I'm sure that Ricardo will get her out of the gate accordingly. But like I said, she physically looks like she should appreciate a bit more ground. Now, the problem for her, obviously, is spinning colors. She is proven to be the fastest, but Kelsey Danner has been so dangerous when she ships horses in here, especially in these turf stakes. And obviously, she allows her horses to use what can be the best weapon in racing, and that is speed. So I picked subscribed, Greg, but I like the 2 here as well.
All right, so nicest pie for Maggie.
Well, she likes the favorite like I do, but if she would, Maggie and I are on the same page with the 2. We're on the same page that she's the interesting other horse in here. You brought up an interesting point to me as well. Could one of the 6's job to ensure the pace is honest in this race? And the other thing about Malibu is, isn't she better if she's a bit aggressive anyway?
Yes.
You know, so I think the idea is, you know, she's probably going to look to be lapped on the 4 if the 2 doesn't go. I think the 2 is going to go. I just, knowing the way Ricardo rides, and Maggie was talking about some comments that Kelsey Danner had made about wanting to be more aggressive. And so I think you're going to see her be a little bit more aggressive here. I'm a little surprised that Spinning Colors is the second choice at 7-2. I don't know how you take her off her last race, and I thought Maggie made some really interesting points about, you know, being a heavier horse, and maybe as the turf later in the year just gets a little bit, you know, not as firm, maybe she's a horse that really kind of wants firmer grass, you know, and I think that's a very interesting point about her when you consider her best races down in Florida where you get the super firm turf, there in the summer where you get super firm turf, and I thought it was really, really good points by Maggie, and I think she's a very vulnerable second choice, and that opens it up. If you think the 5's going to win, you want to bet an exacta, I would bet against the 4.
You know, flip the script a little too. She is dangerous with her speed. If she does get loose,
I don't think that Manny is going to let her get loose with Malibu, and I don't think that Ricardo is going to let her get loose. We'll see. I mean, you know, it's one of the interesting things about racing, besides obviously handicapping and trying to pick winners and things. I love watching how races develop, trying to figure out beforehand what are people's tats going to be. And, of course, a lot of times you're doing it for naught and trying to figure out how the race is going to be run. Listen, if you can figure out how a race is going to be run, that will greatly enhance your chances of winning. The problem is there's a lot of randomness to that.
Yeah.
Right? No,
it helps a little bit. Yeah, it helps.
Well,
for sure.
I mean,
I don't. We just don't have much evidence that this horse is going to be forward. From what we've seen from Nicest Pie, on the turf, going along, we don't have it.
You're right. There's no evidence. I believe she's going to go. I believe that Ricardo's going to be aggressive. He's never ridden her before. I believe if they want to win this race, the way to do it.
Can't try and make someone who they're not.
Well, but she's a horse that's she's been in all these sprint races where she's not that far off fast paces. I mean, she has the speed if they want to ask her. I know what you're saying, and it's a very, very, very valid point on your part, but she does have enough natural speed that she could be. It's just a question how you want to ride her.
And let's keep in mind, too, Spinning Colors, you see the 3-furlong dirt drill leading into this to sharpen her up. They want her in front.
She has one way to go.
Yeah,
she has to go. Win or lose, she has to go. The question is, are others, sometimes like the riders just assume because a horse shows ones, I always go back to She Belongs to Daddy, they have speed. Just because you're in front doesn't mean you're fast.
Forever Together, the return of oversubscribed former stakes winner for Chad Brown and Klarovich. Pratt aboard, he's already got 2 today. Here's the Forever Together, Chris Griffin, the call.
Together. And they're off. Spinning Colors right to the front and Malibu towards the outside with mild pressure. It'll be those two into that first turn as Malibu and Manny Franco put a nose in front of Spinning Colors, and they pick up the tempo now quickly, up by 4 here on the rest of the field. So that's the top duo, and oversubscribed finds a nice stalking position right there at the rail in third. To the outside of that rival comes Flowers for Me is in fourth. A tight hold on Nicest Pie is mid-pack Racing Colors second to last, and the Triller, Miss Bonnie T. They worked to the backstretch and they went 23-4 for the opening quarter mile, and Spinning Colors is a half length in front. Malimu is content to sit in second. Ground Saving Journey is oversubscribed in third. Here to the outside, it's Flowers for Me, and also Racing Colors 3 wide is going to be in fifth. Second to last, still Nice as Pie, and the trailer, Miss Bonnie T. They've got to catch Spinning Colors. Spinning Colors with a half length still, 48-4 for a half mile time, and they start to pick up the tempo now, and it's going to be Spinning Colors into the turn. Malimu right to the outside. A tight hold here on oversubscribed. Just still ground saving right there in fourth. Outwider comes Flowers for Me. That's the leading quartet. Nice as Pie is quickly on the move, is in the two path, and Racing Colors towards the outside. Far back, the trailer, Miss Bonnie T. They reach the top of the lane. Malimu is ready to confront Spinning Colors, immediately off the rail and ready to pounce is oversubscribed. Oversubscribed. Malimu got the jump. Nice as Pie. Grandstand side has got to run. It is still Malimu who's finding plenty. Now oversubscribed is trying to catch this leader. Malimu is game. Oversubscribed trying to push by. Now puts a nose in front. Oversubscribed almost there. Oversubscribed wins the Forever Together over Malimu, then Nice as Pie, and Flowers for Me in 1 minute 43.58 seconds.
Oversubscribed gets by her stablemate off the bench here and does so at 1-2.
This is not winning like a 1-2 shot should. Now, maybe you have to give a lot of credit to Malimu, who ran extremely well to be second in this race, and she would almost not let this horse by. She got it done. They put a lot of distance on the others, but, you know, layoff horse, obviously she can run better, but at the end of the day, I think kind of expect her to win by more. A win's a win, and she ran well, but Malimu also ran very well. I was wrong about the two. They had no intention of being aggressive with her. She finished third. She wasn't going to win anyway.
5-6-2-7. Chad Brown 1-2. Oversubscribed. Successful off the bench. Had to work for it, but 2. Look, gets her picture taken, and we could see. Obviously, this barn hasn't ready to go off the bench, but we could see a big improvement.
Yeah, I agree. And I'll say something else. Maybe the 6 ran really well, too. I mean, They did put a lot of distance on the others. I mean, I know that wasn't, the strongest of fields. Maybe the 6 just ran really well. I mean, listen, you don't want to knock a horse that won. I just think a lot of us expected, because she also got a very, very good trip. Now, maybe one of the things you'll learn from here is she is kind of a little better if she just sits back and lets him run and makes a big run, Maybe that's really her best running style, because she doesn't grind well. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes, with a horse, it's tricky. You'd rather have a horse that can be more forwardly placed and put themselves into races. On the other hand, maybe it kind of hampers her closing kick, or maybe she just didn't run that great. She's been off a long time, and second horse ran well.
Oversubscribed, a little over bet, but still gets the win at a very short price here. Successful off the long return for Chad Brown, third for Flavia Pratt.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and a popular victory here in today's Forever Together Stakes as oversubscribed grinds out the victory to get up off of the extended layoff, and Flavien Prat aboard for his third winner today. And Flavia, we saw her a little bit out of her usual style, which is to come from further behind. Was it a product of her being fresher, or did you feel as though you needed to be closer?
I mean, her being fresh probably helped as well, but it felt like, they went running to going into the first turn, and they slowed down quite a bit. So I was pleased to be where I was, and from there she did the rest.
Is this a race where she moves forward off of it? Obviously, it's a long layoff, and coming back and winning is great, but she only kind of just got there in the shadow of the wire.
Yeah, I think she'll get better after this race. So it's a bit soft. She had a long layoff, so everything together. She got tired, from the 8 pole to the wire, but she still managed to get the job done. So it's encouraging.
Exactly, speaking to her talent and ability. But you'll be aboard one of the favorites for the Pebbles a little bit later. But I got to ask you about Atano, who does come up in today's 5th race, half brother to Gunrunner, and you've been aboard him in the mornings.
Yeah, very consistent in his work. Obviously, like you say, he's well bred, but he's been doing everything right in the morning. So we'll see how he does in the afternoon.
Any worries about the mile first time out?
No, I think the distance is going to be fine. No, I don't see that as a problem.
Well, wishing you the best of luck with him. I'm sure we'll see you here in the winner's circle again.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Flavien Prat, the man of the hour, that's for sure, Greg, as he does pick up a stakes win here with Oversubscribed.
We're going to see him quite a few more times in the winner's circle. He has only had 3 mounts today. He has 3 wins, and we got a long way to go.
And there's the big 3 that paid less than the parlay, the first 2 winners. I mean, you and I were talking a bit off camera just about how unusual it is to see Flavien make a mistake. I mean, it's when he makes a mistake or doesn't give a good ride, it's like news. Ramon Dominguez was like that. Jerry Bailey was obviously like that. And I don't mean this as a criticism of other riders. It's hard not to make mistakes out there because there's so much more that can go wrong than can go right. And when I say a mistake,
decisions
right,
you need to make.
When I make mistakes, it's like Richie says, they're unlucky rides. But it's not that they're giving bad rides. It's just you make the wrong decision. This guy almost never makes the wrong decision.
It's incredible. 3 mounts, 3 wins. And now it's time for our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. You heard Maggie allude to it, a half-brother to the Hall of Famer in 2017, Horse of the Year, 6-time Grade 1 winner, Gunrunner. Tino, half-brother, debuting for Chad Brown. Prat will ride looking for number 4 on the day and in a row on this horse who opens at 9-5.
Yeah, he's supposed to be okay, but this is not an easy field. I think Flight for Allegiance is dangerous in here. Credit History's obviously run well in his races. This has a look of a very solid maiden race.
Yeah, giving up experience to a few in here. Credit History most notably for Bill Motto. It's a race at a mile as well and makes start number 3 coming up. But talent can be greater than experience.
Looking forward to this race, yes. We'll see.
Yeah, anytime you have a half-brother to Gunrunner.
It's news.
That's big-time news. Very exciting to see this one make his debut as a 2-year-old coming up. Back to Laurel, and there's your winner. Back at race number 4, Skiddly-Dat at 6-1. $14.60.
Good call by you, Greg.
For the victory. Thank you. 15-4-12.
Such a good call by you. I'm going to do you a favor and leave you.
Yeah, I have Jonathan Kinchin waiting in the wings to take over. You are back Thursday.
No, we're not racing Thursday. It's Thanksgiving.
Okay.
I'm back Saturday.
Thursday's Thanksgiving? Wow. I live day by day.
No.
I have family coming in town.
I was going to say, your wife is also English, so maybe Thanksgiving isn't as big a deal in your
have
house.
a great Thanksgiving. See you on Friday.
You too. Everybody out there, happy Thanksgiving. See you Saturday.
All right, JK going to join me after a short timeout. Race 5 at Laurel, by the way, is just 2 minutes to post. 8-5 favorite in this starter optional claiming race. He's not going to wait for the break. He's just going to leave. All right. 8-5. Indy charges on. On the outside. Just claimed last time out off of Paolo Lobo. And now for the Anthony Farrier barn. Second, beat a length in a condition 30 claiming race.
two back was a winner, was claimed out of that race as well. This horse been popular in the claim box. That was a win at Ellis. And now the 6-5 favorite here with his outside post has been first or second in 5 of 7 career starts. The 4 taking a little bit of money as well. That's tough luck for trainer Hugh McMahon. It was just second at this condition, but beat at 4-5 last time out. As you see the front of your right-hand side of your screen there, that's the 1, Tapazar's Temper. Trained by Jane Sibeli. Was in this condition at Parks out in Ben Salem last start at about 3-1. Wound up 4th, beat a little bit more than 3 lengths. Second try at Laurel. Had been in New York for a bit of time late last year, early in 2025 without much success. And finally had a maiden breaking win at a very bottom low level on synthetic at Turfway back in March of this year. And that's his synthetic. That was the first win, but did get a win on dirt on a race that came off the grass at Colonial. So 4-1 on that one. But it's the 9 that was getting hammered late here on the tote board by the public. Indy Charges On, all the money there, who was forward in that most recent start as well. That was at Churchill Downs in mid-September. Second, beat a length. Horse who finished behind him that day as he fought to the wire every step of the way. Came back one next time out, and that had been coming off a win for 39 winners of 2. And let's check in with Maggie on this race at Laurel, I believe. Maggie, what do you have for us?
Well, Greg, I feel terrible. You're up there by yourself trying to talk them into the gate. It's a long walk for the horses back to that mile chute. So I figured I'd lend you a hand a bit here if we can keep Greg and my mic open so we can go back and forth a little bit. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about Yatzit Hazelwood, the apprentice rider there at Laurel. He has been on fire. I was impressed with what I saw from him and his riding abilities on Maryland Million Day. I think he had 3 winners on the card.
4, I believe.
You know, that's one of their 4, exactly. That's one of their premier meets or racing days, and it's such a good breeding ground for talented riders. We've seen so many, good riders come out of Maryland. You brought up Ramon Dominguez. He started there, spent a lot of his career there. So a rider that we should really pay attention to, I think.
And yeah, I don't know. You look at some of the others on that. Wow, huge click down. The 7 was just 10-1, I believe, and now down to 5-1, straight to water. Maybe, did you think interesting off that win at Laurel last start?
Absolutely, and we see Linda Albert. She's looking for her 2nd win on the card. He looks like a horse that should appreciate getting a bit more ground to work with as he stretches out off of the 7/8s, and maybe just lost his way a little bit. You know, Charlestown, Delaware can be a little bit of a tricky surface too, and it feels like this is maybe a race in a condition where he could be very live. You're right about him. It looks to sit that nice stalking trip from the outside.
Big favorite, though, now even money. Indy Charges on the 9 from the outside with Hazelwood in the irons. Let's go to Dave Rodman.
Mile 2nd finish. And they're off. There goes Hawkstone, and there goes straight to water with early speed, and Indy Charges On is joined by Hot Start on the inside as they move down the backstretch now. And so there is Happy Jaunt, who's up close to the pace, who broke with him. And so Indy Charges On will take a narrow lead. Indy Charges On and Hot Start, and Happy Jaunt in 3rd position, and straight to water on the outside in 4th. Amazing Bernie far outside racing in 5th position. There's Tough Luck in between horses, 5 lengths from his speed. Tapazar's Temper, Big Ton 10. Hawkstone is in the back of the pack. Only about 9 to 10 lengths will cover front to back, heading for the far turn run. Indy Charges On, in charge of the pace. Indy Charges On from Happy Jaunt by 3/4 of a length. Straight to waters right up there with speed 2. And Amazing Bernie under a bit of pressure into the far turn run. Hot Start is on the inside. Tough Luck is in between horses. Still 6 lengths to make up. And they are followed in between horses by Big Ton 10, who's next. And Tapazar's Temper is in the back with Hawkstone. They race for home, more than a quarter of a mile left to go. Indy charges on, has made all the running up front, tries to kick away. Indy charges on, turns in. Solid lead by 3x4 from Straight to Water, center of the track, charging and running a big one. So on the outside, Straight to Water is second, has 4 to make up. Furlong left to go. Indy charges on, a 3-length lead. Straight to Water, Happy Jaunt out of the inside in third, and Tough Luck is fourth, a 16th left to run. Indy charges on, will flash on for home, all the way under Yedzid Hazelwood. To win by some 6 lengths. Straight to Water was second, Happy Jaunt was third.
Short Price, the apprentice that's been turning so many heads, does it again. This was absolutely the one to beat and wins impressively here. Third win, 8 career starts, 2 wins now in the last 3 outings, and wins shifting to the 3rd different barn in the last 3 starts as well. Dominant performance from this 3-year-old son of Take Charge Indy. As let's see the final odds here, post time. I believe 9-5. Back to New York when we come back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions. And hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2 as we are here in the paddock for today's 5th race. It is your Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, and it deserves that moniker as we have some serious pedigrees assembled here in the paddock. None other than Gun Runner, former Horse of the Year, Hall of Fame inductee, his half-brother Otano, number 6 in here in the paddock. It's a funny pedigree too, for the fact that the sires seem to stamp their progeny. You know, this horse looks nothing like a Gun Runner at all. First of all, he's bay as opposed to Chestnut. And 2, you know, when Gun Runner was a 2-year-old, he was a little bit smaller, shorter cupper, kind of scrappy looking, if you will. This guy is so long, has a lot of scope to his frame, is really, really laid back here in the paddock. So I totally see why they've opted to start him at a mile, on top of that pedigree, as well as he is also a foal to Pretty Anna, who was a graded stakes winner for Chad, going long on the dirt. Now, Gun Runner was the only foal to win first time out, so it's not like it's a really precocious pedigree, and let's call a spade a spade. Gun Runner got much better the older he got. His 4-year-old campaign much better than his 3-year-old one. So I'm not totally sold on the fact that this guy is going to win at first asking. Definitely has a good bit of quality to him, I'm sure, but doesn't strike me as that win early, first off the bat type, as we'll move on to horses who have experience, who have credentials to be A-OK here, as we'll take a look at Linda Rice's number 4, Fight for Allegiance, who I liked in the paddock first time out. And that he actually looked pretty fit for Linda Rice, whose horses often show that they need a start. He was a little bit green in the prelims, but he was a lot green in the running of that race, where he just didn't get away that quickly. He took a little time to switch his leads, and he lugged in a little bit, and he was green, kind of meandering through the stretch. But looking at him, I think physically he should appreciate getting some more ground to work with. And again, he's fairly laid back in the paddock here for his second start, so I think that can only help him. As we'll move on to number 7, Golfy, who does also come out of that epic summer Schoolyard Dreams race, where theoretically the top 3 ran 1, 2, 3 around the racetrack. Now, they weren't flattered by the fact that Dark Assault came back to run poorly yesterday, but Golfy is a horse that I've always thought looks like a dirt router. So he's finally getting to do that here. He is quite energetic in the paddock, so look for him to be forward in this spot here for George Weaver. As another one that could be forward is number 8, Felonious, as they tried him on the turf sprinting first time out, where he was the well-beaten favorite that day. Honestly, I see why they did it. He does look more like a sprinting type. He's smaller, actually much smaller than the rest of the foes that he meets here today. He's not overly turf by any means, so switching this surface is okay. I just wish they were doing it at a sprint distance. So he's one that I don't necessarily get, but I wholeheartedly respect connections, as he's currently 9-2, Greg.
All right, yeah, getting on dirt and the stretch out here for the first time in start number 2 with the half-brother to Gunrunner, Hall of Famer, former Horse of the Year, getting set for the debut as we welcome in Jonathan Kinchin. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Wolfie, wish I would have been here for Laurel 5. I had a good opinion, but it didn't win, so it's okay.
Okay. Don't worry, you got more from Laurel. You'll be fine.
There you go.
Let's get to the post parade and see how good this half-brother to Gunrunner looks. Tino here in just a moment. We start with a 1 up yonder, stablemate to the big favorite with that big pedigree up yonder.
Yeah, I mean, look, Chad Brown puts one in the entry box. They probably don't deserve to be 17-1. This feels like a bit of an overlay.
5-2 next door, Credit History, who is making start number 3 and has gone a mile.
Yeah, this is going to be the alternative to the big pedigree horse we'll talk about in a second. He makes a lot of sense. He's run 2 good races, ran well at a mile, got the experience, some foundation.
Here's Fight for Allegiance, second-time starter Linda Rice.
Yeah, one that could improve, broke a little bit slow, just didn't take any money first time out.
Forced Agenda, George Weaver, first-time starter.
Yeah, obviously George has had a lot of success with 2-year-olds, but a lot of his have been at shorter distances as of late. This one could be an all right horse, though.
Second dam was a first-out winner, won almost $700,000, graded stakes winner. Here's the half-brother to Gunrunner, Tino.
Yeah, we'll talk about the horse's betting prospect later, but I will say this. Horses like this are what make this game so fun. You can fall in love with daddy, and then you get to see the offspring or siblings.
Golfy went by George Weaver, who is making start number 3, and then here's Felonious. Stretch out and moves to dirt.
This one's a little bit interesting, but also kind of not, right? The fact the horse took so much money first time out says the horse has talent. But how often does Todd Pletcher get it wrong, where he debuts turf sprinting when the horse actually wants to go long on the dirt? Now, there's a lot of behind the scenes, right? Maybe he just needed to get a race into this horse, saw this one a little bit later, wanted to get a race in, so on and so forth. There's a lot of reasons why that could have happened, but it just smells a little funny to me that maybe this horse tricked Todd in the morning. That's why the horse took money. And but obviously, there's got to be at least a little bit of talent to take the amount of money this one did on debut.
Strutting around there. Well, here we go. Huge pedigree on this homebred for Three Chimneys Farm. Debut coming up in this one-turn mile for a half-brother to a Hall of Famer.
So before I say all of this, I hope the horse wins. I just feel like horses like this can sometimes trick you a bit, you know?
And even if he doesn't win today, still may be a sensational horse. Maybe today's just not the day. And, Maggie touched on Gunrunner did win first time out, but got a lot better later in his career, and that is true. Let's go back to Maggie now.
Yeah, we'll look at the other son of Quality Road here making his debut. That's number 3. I have to say it with a Baltimore accent, right? Baltimore, as he's number 3. We're also covering Laurel. I mean, why not, right? But Baltimore is a horse who is out of a multiple stakes winning dam, but she did that on the synthetic. There has been a sibling to win on the dirt, and the dam also have to Dixie City, who was a great stakes winner going long on the dirt. Very lovely mover out on the racetrack. So I like the way that he is moving out there and has been professional throughout proceedings here. He is wearing blinkers, but that's kind of typical for Chad Summers horses. And we do see Luis Rivera, who does climb aboard many of his charges as well, giving this guy a big warm up. So therefore indicating that they're trying to get him fairly forward in the first part of this race. So we'll see. He's about 90% fit, I'd say. He'll definitely move forward from an effort. And when you look at the board, obviously we see Atano taking a good bit of money at 2-1, but he's the other firster that's taking some nibbles there. So I'm intrigued to see what this horse does. I think he could run well without winning here at first asking. Greg?
See what happens coming up. Okay, so 2-1 on the board on this huge pedigree. What are your thoughts on where he stands right now, 2-1? The 6th.
Look, if this was the next fastest horse in the world, this horse was like a buzzy horse. Everyone said this, that, oh, Chad's Derby, or whatever. This horse could be, horse could be, 2-5, and no one would blink an eye, right, because of the pedigree.
Yeah.
I would say 2-1, just a little bit chilly. The one tricky thing is the one good news if you want to bet this horse is that Chad's not going to send one over as like an experiment. If he's going to bring one over, especially one like this, they're going to be ready to rock and roll. The one thing though is that when they debut going a mile, it's either because the trainer really believes that they need extra ground, or that they weren't just they're not fast enough. They're not quick enough. They're not sudden enough to go any shorter. That would be my biggest concern. The fact that the 2 and the 6 are the exact same price screams cold, chilly on the 6 to me. I'm going to go with the 2. If the 6 wins, I'll be happy that Gunrunner's got a half that's really good, and we can start getting our Derby plans ready.
Not even the favorite right now. Yeah, it's credit history.
Who's the fight for allegiance? Felonious. Last to low. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow beginning for Up Yonder. Felonious has early speed. Golfy's in the early mix too. There's Fight for Allegiance in between horses. Towards the inside, Red Cap is Credit History. That's the leading 4, and just behind them, switching to the outside, Enforced Agenda wants some clear running room as they come out of the chute and hook up with the backstretch, and they are very tightly packed up front. In between horses comes Felonious with a nose advantage, but here comes pressure from Enforced Agenda. Center of the racetrack is now a stalking second. Back to third will be Fight for Allegiance. Just in behind them, that's Golfy. At the rail, that's Credit History. And the 2 at the back of the field, Baltimore and Otino, one far, far back Up Yonder. They work up the backstretch here. 23 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile. Fight for Allegiance wants to get that rail position, is now in that spot, but holding that position still is Felonious. 45.75 for a half-mile time. Here comes a move to the outside from Enforced Agendas, ready to challenge. Shoved along is Golfy, who's still in 4th. Right behind them comes Baltimore. Otino starts this rally, is out wider. Is going to be about 4 or 5 wide here as they get set to reach the top of the stretch. Enforced Agenda takes it right to Felonious. Felonious is still there and battles on towards the inside. Enforced Agenda is trying to sprint away from this rival. From the back, Golfy's trying to rally on. Otino starts a mild rally. Fight for Allegiance and also Baltimore. Enforced Agenda with a neck in front. Felonious just won't go away. Enforced Agenda with a neck advantage. Enforced Agenda will win it. Polonius second, then came Otino in a photo with Golfi and 1 minute 35 and 4.
It is a first-time starter. It's not the highly regarded one. 23-1, the biggest price on the board. First time out for George Weaver, the win.
Yeah, look, enforced agenda, big price. For a trainer who wins a lot of races in a lot of different situations, especially with 2-year-olds. Those Silks, St. Elias, for Vinny Viola, a very prominent stable here, winning lots of races. So, I mean, it all makes sense. When you have horses like the 2 who have had experience and have figures that fit for this class level, you got horses like the 6 with the pedigree that one has. You got the Todd Pletcher runner in the 8. Sometimes horses like the 5 can be a little bit ignored. That's exactly what happened. I will say this about the favorite. I know, or not the favorite, excuse me, the second choice, if I'm not mistaken, went off the second choice to 6. The big pedigree. He was finishing. He's a horse that, you know, when they start going a mile and a 16th and a mile and an 8th around 2 turns, he's a horse that could really kind of continue to improve and wake up. But I like the way the winner did it. Tactical as ever. And George Weaver knows how to keep him going in the right direction.
First time out, son of Liam's map with Javier Castellano at a big price, 23-1. Let's go to Maggie.
I don't want a red board here, but this horse actually has a decent pedigree. If you go back a generation, as this is the first foal from a dam who was not much of a runner in 2 starts. The second dam, who was a multiple stakes winning, graded stakes winning, Maryland bred, and also the dam have to cavorting, as well as Moon Colony, Thirst for Life. Like, there is some pedigree with this horse. Look, I didn't like him in the paddock per se. It definitely didn't jump out to me like a winner, like he just won this race, but there was some pedigree, dangerous connections as well. And I agree with you, JK, when it comes to the favored first-time starter, Otino, he and look, gallop outs are gallop outs. Take with what you want from them, but he did just keep on coming. He's a horse that probably will benefit getting around 2 turns eventually.
So, yeah, speak to that too with Otino.
I have no problem with gallop
after the race.
I believe that horses have a gas tank, and then when you have a big gallop out, that means they still had energy. They still had gas in their gas tank. They just didn't use it when they needed to use it, which was in the race. I have no problem with that idea.
Especially with a young horse still figuring things out. Huge upset to start this late pick 5 at 23-1. Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our Sunday coverage, and all this talk about the first-time starter, the half-brother to former Horse of the Year and Hall of Famer gun runner. It's another first-time starter who gets the win. Enforced agenda, George Weaver Barn, Javier Castellano, St. Elias Stable.
Yeah, look, it's one of my favorite, there's some silks that give you good memories, and that's one of them, right? Those St. Elias silks, that green of Vinnie Viola. And it's what's so fun about this time of year, right? You have these 2-year-olds that are going to pop up on the scene, make some noise, win their maiden races like this, going the longer distances, right? We see that in the summer. We're excited when a horse wins going 6 furlongs. But you get a little bit more excited when they win going a mile, because now they passed that test. And, you open up the condition book with a horse like this, and you start asking yourself, all right, what Derby preps are we going to look at in 2026? Where are we going to get started? Where are we going to go next? And that's exciting for the connections, exciting for George Weaver, exciting for Javier Castellano as well.
Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day does not disappoint. Maybe another first-timer that we should be keeping our eyes on. But Tuatino, the half-brother to Gunrunner, do not count him out off a debut.
No. I mean, look, he obviously is not very sudden. That's why Chad decided to start him at a mile. And he showed up here. He was a little bit sluggish. Not sluggish away from there. He was actually he was away from there all right. The others were just going a little bit quicker. And then in the stretch, he started finishing. Now Chad, Flavian have learned something about the horse, and I would imagine he'll be one that'll start showing up. He'll probably find another soft spot to try to get a maiden win. And then I would imagine from there, they'll start trying to get him into the
Derby Trail.
Because that's the kind of horse, if he just from an economic standpoint, if he wins a Grade 1, he's a stallion somewhere.
Yeah.
It might not be America, but if he wins one Grade 1 anywhere, it could be the worst Grade 1 ever. If he wins one, he's a stallion somewhere in the world.
Going to be fun to follow. Yeah, as we're getting very close to turning that page and having these Derby preps coming up. So late pick 5 begins with a $48 horse. Pretty incredible. Race 6, set it up quickly here before we take a timeout. 1-turn mile, maiden optional claiming group. And second time starter, Where's Your Boom, taking some money. It's a tough spot in this one. Pratt already with 3. He's on the obliterator, the experience of the field. And dropping back down, favored against Better last time out. Maybe he'll get number 4. We'll keep our eyes on it. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More from Laurel on the way as well. They're 2 minutes to post in race 6, this 5.5 furlong turf sprint.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmore Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid today. $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today. $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race from every track on every screen every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage here on America's Day at the Races, Race 6, stepping onto the lawn. in this 5.5 furlong turf sprint. Favorite is outside here, Cougar Cocktail.
I love Cougar Cocktail.
Brittany Russell, you do. Win her first time out impressively.
Yeah, closing into a slow pace. If you look at the pace figures of that race, Timeform US, very slow. To close in a turf sprint into slow figures, or pace figures, shows a ton of talent. I love the outside draw. I'm not going to get stopped. I don't care if I lose ground. I love the 14.
Let's try and bring in Maggie Wolfendale now, too, if she's available, and get her thoughts on, first of all, just who this trainer is of the three and the chances of this filly.
Well, the 3, Jay-Z's Last Chance, is trained by my cousin Scott, who this is his only horse, and she has done very well, honestly, in her last 3 starts there at Laurel. So she's been in good form, and you know, my cousin obviously is, not obviously, but is the son of my father's oldest brother, Bill, the late Bill Wolfendale, William, I should say. And him and Scott trained together when Scott first started coming to the racetrack, also galloped for my dad. And I think, like my father, is probably a better trainer than a better rider, although he did ride some pony races. I remember over the jumps he used to wear my silks at the hunt meets when he was into pony racing back when he was a young kid, 10, 12, something like that, Greg. But I do think this horse definitely has an outsider's chance. The one thing I will say is that when we've had Laurel on in the past and this horse has run when we've shown it, he always ends up second.
Yeah, 5 runner-ups and 13 starts. Jay-Z's Last Chance, a chance-a-lot filly. This 3 here at 11-1.
If Maggie gives you a pick in Maryland as being a former Miss Preakness in 2008, you got to listen. I like the 14, but I'm sure Maggie's probably right.
Yeah, 9-5. That one a huge late surge to win at first asking. Let's go to Dave Rodman, 6 from Laurel.
And they're off. Wait till midnight hour. Hopped in the air right at the start. Chantico and I Think I Love You out first, and Granuel will settle. Here's Serene Spirit on the chase, moving to 3rd. Good break for Cougar Cocktail today. Is racing in 5th position, heading onto the far turn run. Big Earn sent through in between horses, just through to the inside of Cougar Cocktail. Within 4 lengths of lead is Big Earn, who's eager to go. Another 2 lengths back. Jay-Z's Last Chance is next. Then back to Peony and Frappat racing second to last, and Wait Till Midnight Hours trailing the field. About 3 furlongs left to run. I Think I Love You turns in. I Think I Love You turns for home in the narrow lead. Chantico to the attack from the outside as they enter the stretch. 1/4 mile left to go. Big Earn pushing through, one off the inside, and Granuel outside of the track is Cougar Cocktail trying to unwind too. And so here's Chantico. Chantico, I Think I Love You. Cougar Cocktail is next, and then Jay-Z's Last Chance getting into it late in the stages. 16th of a mile left to go. It's Cougar Cocktail. Cougar Cocktail to the second wire finish from Chantico. Jay-Z's Last Chance, Big Earn.
Cougar Cocktail now 2 for 2. Both 5.5 furlong sprints, and does it from the far outside post.
Yeah, I mean, look, the horse broke a little bit better this time around. I got to tell you, when I said I loved the horse, I loved the horse. It was a little closer than I thought it was going to be, in all fairness. But this horse lost a lot of ground on the turn. But that's why outside draws and turf sprints are ideal to me. I mean, this horse gets stopped one time, I believe they get beat. But the fact that they went wide all the way around there, never really got stopped, got the run all the way through the wire, was the difference here.
Trained by Brittany Russell with her husband aboard. Sheldon for the win. Now 2 for 2. Cougar Cocktail back to New York. And the start of the late pick 4 in this 1-turn mile. And there is the obliterator, Pratt, looking for number 4 on this Sunday card for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn here, and one who has been in this level before, got beat. But it was a race off the turf. That was a muddy seal track that day, and jumped back up to a little bit tougher company last start. Yeah,
I mean, if you look at the speed figures in DRF, if I'm not mistaken, I think Obliterator had like a 58 last time. The horse to the outside, Where's Your Boob, had a 57. The difference is Obliterators had, this will be their 6th start. So they've got a lot more experience. They've got a lot more foundation, the Obliterator. So I'm not sure how much more he's going to improve off of that performance. Maybe he takes a little step forward. I actually thought last time, if he didn't win last time, he broke a little bit slow, but I thought everything else kind of went his way. The 10, Where's Your Boom? This is a horse that got a 57 on debut, has the opportunity to have that second start improvement. There's more upside, more ceiling, especially in the price difference. I'm going to get 9-5 versus 5-1. Give me the 5-1.
Let's go down to Maggie, and Maggie, the Wolfendale barn, getting third in that Laurel race. Winds up, third at 6-1. Well done.
Yeah, no, I thought that was a great effort. She ran very well. I don't know if I can say the same thing about the ride. She was like, let me get to the outside, and he kept dragging her back down to the inside to get stuck behind horses. But congratulations to the winner, proving best there, as we'll take a look here at some horses not named the Obliterator here in the paddock. And we'll begin with a couple of drop downs. Number 3, Tiger Rocket, does come out of a revered race at Saratoga, which featured the very impressive winner, It's Our Time, winning by 17 3/4 lengths. I think that was the largest margin of victory that we saw the entire meet. As this was one that actually broke incredibly well. It's Our Time broke best, but this horse broke right with him and then couldn't quite keep pace. And then once he started taking the kickback, he was like, yeah, no, and backpedaled through the field. Now, I wish that he looked a bit more fit. It was the same problem that I had with him in the paddock at Saratoga, in that he just needs to tuck up a little bit, especially through his flank, though there's been some progress, to be fair to him. And the thing I like, though, is that I just think he'll like getting more ground. And because he broke so well, I'm hoping that we can see him forwardly placed here beneath Junior Alvarado. So big horse, laid back disposition, that usually equals success going longer. I'm not so sure about it with number 4, Mo Spice, who does also come out of a decent race, albeit turf sprinting, both Atfield and Schwarzenegger Stakes winners. Since then, he looks awesome. I mean, this might be the best looking horse in the paddock, and I actually think I weirdly picked him that day when he debuted in that somewhat loaded looking field, and he was only 7.5 to 1 that day. I thought he looked like a turf sprinter. Looking at the pedigree, though, he is by Yalpan. So far with the freshman crop, and it's because we run generally sprints with 2-year-olds, he's done well with them. A lot has been made of the success that we've seen from Yalpan. Will they continue to be successful, though, with more ground? I'm not so sure about it with this guy, but boy, does he look the part in the paddock. Could he be a counterfeit? Possibly. As we'll take a look here at number 5, Treadstone for Danny Gargan. Look, this is a son of Tappet that they only paid $45,000 for, and it's not like there's no pedigree on the bottom. The dam, while she was a turf horse, has produced some graded stakes winners going long. In fact, 2 of her fillies, Polar River and Down on the Bayou, both won the UAE Oaks. So there's plenty of pedigree with this horse, but the fact that he only sold for the $45,000 leads you to believe that maybe there's some things some issues with this horse. Here in the paddock, though, I like the fact that we debut going longer. He's that kind of real long neck to him. While he's not the biggest horse, I think this is obviously what he wants to do. It's honestly just a fitness thing for him, which I usually don't say about Danny Gargan's first time starting 2-year-olds. He just looks like he's a kind of a laid back horse where he's going to need some racing experience for that light bulb to go on. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. Approaching the 5-minute mark to post here for the start of the late pick 4. So 11 to 1 on this first time starter. And yeah, when you only pay $45,000 for a Tappet, generally not a great sign.
No, not a great sign. And it's interesting too, like Gainesway is involved. So I don't know what to make of that, but with their involvement with Tappet, obviously, and then staying involved with the horse, but at a small price. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily need this one a little bit cold on the board. I think there's a lot of interesting options in here we'll talk about on the lead up to the race. I think there's conversations that could be had about the 3, the 4, the 6, the 10 obviously is who I'm going to pick in here, drawn outside. So you tell me, Wolfie.
Well, look, this one here, and that man on our screen. One with his first 3 mounts of the day. So looking for number 4 here. It just seems like he cannot lose. It's incredible. Flavien Prat, he'll be on the Obliterator, getting a leg up right there. Let's start with him, I guess. 9-5, certainly being overbet, but we're seeing that constantly with him.
He's being overbet because of the success Flavien's having. You got to realize there's a lot of racetracks around here. There's a lot of people watching races. When they see Flavien winning these races, they're $5, $10, $20 to win because he's riding can have an effect on the odds.
Here's long shot, foolish mortal Wayne Potts.
Yeah, this is a horse that was entered on the turf first time out, ran well enough on the dirt.
Too big a price. Shouldn't be 20-1. Raging Sea Captain, huge number.
Yeah,
Rudy Rodriguez.
Another one on the turf last time was a big price last time as well.
Tiger Rocket coming out of the race where we thought it was a second coming of It's Our Time, that sensational debut for Tom Amoss.
This horse was 17-1, but that was in the race where It's Our Time was in and Hero declared it was supposed to be the next fastest horse. 17-1, probably a little bit shorter in real life.
Brad Cox, Most Spice, second-time starter.
Yeah, we'll talk about this one debuting in a turf sprint after the post parade.
Here's the Tappet debuter for Danny Gargan.
Yeah, we talked about the small purchase price for a Tappet. It's a little bit of a concern.
Pratt, there he is, looking for number 4.
Yeah, just overbet in this spot. Horse can absolutely win, but it's what happens when you have Flavien Prat on. A little bit overbet. I'm sure the owners don't care. Michael Dubb's probably happy to have Flavien Prat.
Classic Commander faced a pretty good one we saw win yesterday, Whammo.
Yeah, this horse, this was not for me.
Grumbly, Rum, Hogan could be setting the pace early and play catch me if you can.
Yeah, it took a little money. Had some trouble last time, but it's been on the turf in the last 2 starts. Why not the dirt until now?
Lucky Larry comes in from Parks.
Yeah, just a little bit slow, and that's a problem coming from Parks.
And where's your boom outside second time out for John Ortiz?
This horse just feels like one that's going to take a step forward. John Ortiz had a couple wins yesterday, and Ricardo Santana as well. I love Ricardo in an outside draw because when Oaklawn gets started, you'll hear me say this a bunch of times, and I'm not just saying it to Phil. Horses that are drawn outside with tactical speed at Oaklawn Park, I love those types of horses. And where did Ricardo spend a majority of his career? At Oaklawn Park, outside post, tactical speed, outside draw. I like him in that situation.
Well, this one, first time out, sprinting 6.5 furlongs. This same level was just above 9-1 odds. Stalking position, wound up second with a little bit of trouble in the race.
Yeah, I mean, definitely didn't have like the greatest trip in the world. And you know, one that was finishing going 6.5. I think I've talked about this before. I feel like 6.5 is this sneaky closer type distance. Horses that can finish going 6.5. I think 7 sometimes can be a little bit more speed dominant because you kind of run horses without stamina off their feet. This horse was finishing like a horse that wants a little bit of added distance, and he's gonna get that today. He's gonna get another. Oh my gosh, math. What is this? 5, 1.5. Is that good? Yeah, 5. Yes, 1.5 furlongs. I panicked. I'm sweating now.
7-2, and that makes this one the second choice on the board from that outside post. Let's go back to Maggie on Where's Your Boom, and what do you think you're stretching out for start number 2?
Yeah, did not cover his first race, Greg, so I don't know what he looked like in that debut effort, but I thought it was one that hinted at the fact that he should appreciate some more ground, and he backs that up with what I see from him in his physical makeup. Furthermore, he looks incredibly fit here. I mean, he is well defined, he is lean, and he has been aggressive, at least out on the racetrack. And not only, as JK said, he likes Ricardo Santana with projected outside stalking trips, I also like Ricardo Santana the second time that he rides a horse. I think he learns a lot. He learns what makes them tick and often applies what he learned first time out to that second effort, and it usually results in success. So I have no problems with number 10, Where's Your Boom? And in fact, I would much rather take him at 3-1 than the Obliterator at 2-1. Ultimately, I did land on number 3 in here, Tiger Rocket. We'll see how he does. But number 8, Grumbly Rum Hogan. There's not much pedigree to even discuss, really. But Independence Hall is a son of Constitution, so therefore dirt routes seem to be well within his realm. The Dam, she was not much, and the only foal to win in the pedigree did so in Puerto Rico in dirt sprints. And Eddie Barker originally went to the turf with this horse, who did run well in his debut, and then went the wrong way second time around. Grumbly Rum Hogan is a very good-looking individual, though, so it feels like there's some sort of ability in there. It's just what condition is going to bring it out. He is a big guy, so I'm okay with the added ground, at least picking at him, looking at him physically. Guys, Greg, I remember you having interest in Grumbly Rum Hogan first time out. I do like the fact that they take the blinkers off him today, too.
Yeah, I actually like this maybe to my detriment. I like him again today. He has turf sprint speed. He should be in front. He's going to take this field as far as he can. You see a 3 furlong drill on dirt, which I think was with intention to make sure with that equipment change, he's going to be in front. And it just, can he take to the surface and last a mile?
We saw it last night in the nightcap, the winner. It was a horse that was running on the turf but had speed and then was running on the dirt. I think the horses that have speed are much more likely to handle the surface change. Not because they're more likely to handle the surface change, because the race dynamics fit more of what they do on the dirt being forward. I'll say this too. This is that time of the year when connections start saying, we have a decision to make. Are we going to stay up here for the winter and run on the dirt, or are we going to go down south to where there's grass? A decision that, by the way, won't have to be made next year when we have synthetic that can stick around.
There's Grumbly Rum Hogan stepping in. Ruben Silvera, he's always aggressive when he has the opportunity, but it is favoritism as expected. Pratt, the obliterator. Pratt looking for number 4 on the 6 for Rick Dutrow Jr. Start of the pick 4. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
There's Treadstone. Lucky Larry. Where's your boom? To the outside. Where's your boom? Goes in. All set. And they're off. Off slowly was Treadstone. Speed towards the inside from Mo Spice is right there, and here comes Grumbly Rum Hogan to challenge, and Grumbly Rum Hogan now with a nose in front. Mo Spice is going to take back to second. Just towards their outside is Where's Your Boom, who's a close-up third. Lucky Larry is on the muscles right there in fourth. Is moving through to the inside. Here comes Foolish Mortal, and also in between horses, that's Tiger Rocket, who's now taken the 4th position. Back to 6 is going to be Lucky Larry. Out wider comes Classic Commander. They're in front of the Obliterator. Treadstone has made up ground, and the trailer, Raging Sea Captain. Pretty tightly packed here on the front end. 23.20 for the opening quarter mile for Grumbly Rum Hogan. Is up by 3/4 of a length. Where's Your Boom as a stalking presence here from second. At the rail, that's Mo Spice in third. Here on the move is Classic Commander from 4th. Treadstone's the gray. On the move 3 wide is now 5th. Is about to challenge and take 4th as they are well into the far turn now. 46.60 for a half-mile time. Grumbly Rum Hogan is still in front. Where's Your Boom with every chance towards the outside is a clear second. Treadstone right there in third. All in is Classic Commander from the back. Tiger Rocket's trying to rally on. They reach the top of the stretch. Where's Your Boom drifted out. At the rail, it's Grumbly Rum Hogan. Where's Your Boom is still challenging down the center of the racetrack. Treadstone was off slowly, but here comes the big gray down the center of the racetrack. Kendra Carmouche and Treadstone, they're on the move. Grumbly Rum Hogan, Where's Your Boom in between horses. Treadstone has taken the lead. Treadstone is now a half length in front. Where's Your Boom shoved along. Treadstone was best. Treadstone wins it at 9-1. Then came Where's Your Boom, Grumbly Rum Hogan, and Classic Commander in 1 minute 36.74 seconds.
First time starter for the Danny Gargan barn, owned by him and Gainesway. Wins with Kendra Carmouche right out of the box here, 9-1.
Yeah, I mean, look, it wasn't an expensive tap-it, but the fact that Gainesway stuck around, there was obviously something there that they liked. And, you know, this horse looked, you know, it didn't have the greatest start, but just kept grinding away. Something you would expect from a tap-it, right? A horse that they'll just keep running all day long. Look at all the Belmont Stakes winners they have, Tap-it has. So I guess the mile helped. These horses kept grinding away, and the 8 that you and Mackie both talked about ran well enough in here, but was no match for the winner, the 5, Treadstone.
And by the way, that first time starter in the last race at Forced Agenda, almost a full second faster than what we saw in this race.
That's encouraging for George Weaver and
Yeah.
St. Elias.
So Treadstone wins at first asking with Kendrick Carmouche aboard. Let's take a look at the start with the 5.
Yeah, you'll see as everyone, he's away pretty significant. I would call that two or 3 lengths. If someone said 3, I wouldn't argue with him. Cost him probably about 2 or 3 lengths. And to be able to grind out this performance, it's pretty impressive.
5:10, 8:7. Yeah, very slow start. Spotted the field quite a few lengths, but then comes rolling late. And plenty of finish in the debut. At nearly double-digit odds. So if you're alive in this pick 5, 2 legs in, 23-1 and now 9-1. Obviously still a long way to go, but things are looking pretty good.
Well, if you're 55 years old and you started off with the 5-5 single, and then you got all, you're really sitting on one.
That's how most play their tickets, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Big number here again to start off the pick 4. Prices from Treadstone's first out performance victory. When we come back here in the 6 from Aqueduct, stay tuned.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2, and we are proudly brought to you by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. All in those silks right there. Check it out. That's the clean side. Because Kendrick got a little dirty when riding Treadstone first time out because the break, he was a little slow, he was a little green.
Yeah, but, you know, Orlando, which is Danny Gorgon's assistant, I come to the paddock and he said, Kendrick, did Danny give you any instructions? I said, no. He said, do me a favor, just let him break, don't mess with him. Okay. When an assistant that gets on the horses and he with that horse every day and he tell you something like that, I knew my confidence was built from there, you know, and as you can see, he broke a step slow, but he was there the whole race, you know, just traveling good.
Well, that's the thing, too, that made it that much more impressive is that the second and third place finishers, they ran 1-2 around the racetrack, and you were able to circle the field and make up all that ground. So it's not like the pace came apart.
No, not at all. And the way the track been the last couple of days with it being so fast, you know, this horse, I wanted to get him outside because the dirt is really like stopping horses from running through it. So that was probably the best thing, that he left there a little slow and he took a little bit of dirt. Then I could have get him outside, and then he got really comfortable. But hey, Danny Gargan said hang on.
Oh, those were his instructions. Yeah. But, you know, you mentioned Orlando, who has done such a great job for Danny through the winter here at Belmont for so many years. He's such a quiet guy, but he's so nice, and he's a really good horseman.
He's very professional. He can ride a horse, which is really, really good. I mean, and he's very detailed when he gets to the barn, exactly the way Danny wants it. That's the way he do it, and that's why Danny can leave him here throughout the years and just he do his thing, and because he knows what Danny wants. And at the end of the day, he gets on him. He's gonna give me the best information like today, and he told me just don't rush him, just sit on him. He's gonna win. That's what happened.
Boom! He's also a fortune teller as well. I wish he would have told me that. But congratulations, Kendrick. Big performance here from Treadstone.
Thank you very much, Mags. Louisiana, baby. We back in the booth.
But we're here at Aqueduct, and Treadstone is the winner, Greg.
In the house, Louisiana, Kendrick Carmouche. Always a smile on his face, and wins with an impressive first-time starter here.
What if he's an LSU fan, Kendrick? It's got to be, right?
I'm not going to say that. I don't know.
I bet he is. I'll text him and ask him.
Not Louisiana Tech?
I bet he likes Louisiana Tech, too. It's closer to the racetracks.
5-8-10 finish. Treadstone at first asking as we move on to race 7 furlongs. 50,000 claiming race, all for sale for that price. Horses who have not won 2 lifetime. Salming the 2, the 6 Shadow Surge should dominate the wagering here.
Yeah, should take a ton of money, but I thought that the 7 and the 8 were at least a little bit interesting if you want to try to beat Flavian Pratt and the favorite.
And maybe Kendrick a little, too, with Platform, the 5.
Kendrick's always
a little out-of-town form, though. Going to have to translate from Delaware to here. Let's go back earlier on the card to the Forever Together that took place back in race 4. Oversubscribed, first start back since the Pebbles last November. 1-2 here. Had to work a little bit to get by the stablemate.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that everyone in racing knows that this is something that Chad does very, very well, which is bring horses back off of breaks. And one of the things I'll say about it is that a lot of the reasons that he does it so well is that he has the trust of a lot of his owners, especially Clarvich Stables, where, you know, a lot of owners get a little antsy. You know, they're paying bills on these horses, and they want to get them. They want to have them race. They want to see them run at Saratoga. I think Chad and Seth's relationship is one that they take their time and they do what's right by the horses, and it gives you performances like this off of extremely long layoffs. You know, Oversubscribed was banging heads with some of the good ones, and I would imagine that, you know, she'll be progressing on from this to try to get into races a little bit later in the year. We know Chad loves to win a Diana or 2 or 10.
Look, it's going to be a lot tougher company going forward. This was not the strongest field in the world, but she got it done off a long time away. And it looks like, too, I mean, from what we saw with her, because they've tried some different things, she wants to make that one sort of late run.
Yeah, well, I think as you're around horses more, they develop, they grow up a little bit. I think that, you know, especially people like Chad, you know, future Hall of Famer, they have time to find out what it is they want to do and what is the best version of them.
Part of what so far is a 3-win day for Flavian Pratt with more opportunities to come. Laurel Park, they're a minute to post race 7, 1-turn mile in the starter optional claiming field. It is the 7 right now. 3-1 favorite in here. Don't Wait Up, just claimed. It was a 9-time winner, including last time out.
Yeah, you know, I thought the 7 was a little bit over bet. The one that I thought was interesting is the 5. It's a horse who's, you look at the past performances, you're going to see 3 consecutive turf races and nothing to wow you. But when you get a little deeper in the past performances, there's some dirt races in there that are okay. Jamie Ness, first time when horses moved to him throughout his career for whatever the reason is in terms of whether it's being claimed or, you know, a private purchase or whatever. 29%. Horses can improve when they move to his operation. If he can find those dirt races and maybe the turf can dirty it up a little bit, you can keep this 5-1.
And I think, Arrow Speed, one who's actually finished in front of that horse before. A lot of runner-ups, though, for the 9 at 9-2. I thought next door, the 8, any intrigue for Fan Club in here who going to leave himself a little bit of work to do, certainly, with his running style.
Yeah, he caught my attention a little bit. I just worry he's just a taste too slow. It feels like there's a couple of horses, maybe 2 or 3, that are just a little bit faster. I hate a situation in which I need a horse to have their best race and for 3 other horses to not have their best race. The math on that doesn't really math.
Fan Club, 7 years old. This year has obviously had some stops and starts, but does come in off a victory last time out. And just the races you see fits in the mix in here. But, yeah, would need some things to happen up front.
The problem is that race kind of fell apart a little bit. When horses win races that fall apart, they still have that one next to their name as a winner. But the circumstances of that race really, I think, helped quite a bit. And a lot of times I feel like those can lead to overbet horses.
4-1 just a moment ago was your favorite. Now it clicks down to 3-1 with Don't Wait Up. Good betting race. 1-turn mile in the starter optional claiming group. Hunter Joe on the rail, 9-2. Been pretty much strictly turf for this one of late, but is a multiple winner on the main track. Dave Rodman with the call. Here's race 7 from Laurel.
Gluckstadt tops the chart. Murray and Don't Wait Up. 5-2, Don't Wait Up. Fan Club. War Master, Mosler Time. Arrow Speed and Electric Eel. Going to the second wire finish. In there off number 2, Gluckstadt lost the jockey at the start. Johan Rosado on the ground there. He's sitting up. Again, the 2 lost the jockey right at the start. As they move out of the main portion of the track, Hunter Joe from the inside going right to the front from tops the chart, and Don't Wait Up is tracking along in 3rd. Then Mosler Time down inside in 4th. Electric Eel is in 5th position as they head down the back stretch. Arrow Speed out 3 path, and in between horses we have Fan Club at the rail as War Master in advance of Murray, who's in the back of the pack. Heading on for the far turn, 5 furlongs to run. Hunter Joe down to the rail, setting a tempo. Hunter Joe leads the way from tops the chart, closest one in 2nd, keeping some pressure on. Mosler Time is in 3rd. Don't Wait Up moves up. Mosler on the outside, Don't Wait Up. Mosler Time has taken that 3rd spot. Then that's another 3 back, and Electric Eel is next. Murray 3 deep on the turn. Arrow Speed a good dozen lengths on the front at this point as they reach the top of the stretch, more than a quarter of a mile to go. Fan Club 2nd to last, and War Master at the tail of the field. Turning for home, Don't Wait Up driving up on the outside at tops the chart, head to head for the lead. Mosler Time is in 3rd. Out center of the track is Electric Eel, and Murray way out there. They're coming to the last 3/16 of a mile, 3 across the track, and a resilient Mosler Time on the inside. Mosler Time has grabbed the lead. Don't Wait Up. Don't Wait Up still trying, but Mosler Time has the jump of the 16th of a mile left to go. Don't Wait Up outside, trying to reach for the second wire. Tops the chart is in 3rd. It's Mosler Time and Don't Wait Up. Mosler Time, Don't Wait Up, and tops the chart 3rd.
Mosler Time, good call, JK, with the win, getting back to dirt, and now 5 for 12 on the surface.
Yeah, I mean,
fast tracks.
Yeah. I think that some of the best opportunities in racing is when the obvious situation happens 3 races or further beyond. Like, people just look at the last couple of races and, you know, look, I would say 50% of horse players and handicappers and bettors, they're looking at races in 1, 2, 3 minutes. Okay, here we go. If you get a little deeper, sometimes you can find opportunities like this where horses that ran well on a surface that they hadn't run on in quite some time, and that was what it was here. The trainer change obviously didn't hurt as well, so nice little win there. He was getting tired late, but I wasn't even that smart. The horse ended up going off at 8-5. So
yeah, it took all the late money.
I basically just saw something that everyone else saw as well.
All right, so everyone did notice that.
Yeah.
Or maybe they were just alerted to the fact when you mentioned it on the air. Inquiry sign is up. And then, could just be what happened out of the gate with the 2. And we did hear good news from Dave Rodman with Johan Rosado that he did get up under his own power. So 5-7, 3-10. 7th and Laurel. We'll get back to action here in New York after a break. This 6 here, Shadow Surge. Another chance for Pratt to get number 4 with the current, co-favorite right now.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Reed Shaper, Dream Maker.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Sunday card from South Ozone Park, New York. Race 7 and Aqueduct approaching the 6-minute mark to post. And the horse we showed you going to breaks, the current favorite right now as Flavien Prat tries to get number 4 on the card. He'll team up with Cantermachi Barn, Speed to Burn with this one here, Shadow Surge. And third start off the lengthy layoff after winning first off the bench. Got claimed away from George Weaver from the Cantermachi Barn. Ran very good, just missed as a favorite last time out. With us, back with us, I should say, Acacia Clement downstairs. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg, and wanted to take a look at a few horses coming in from out of town into this race, including the current co-favorite along with Flavien Prat's mount. You do have the number 2 in Salming with Manny Franco for Brittany Russell, also at 2-1 up there on the board right now. And honestly, this is the horse that probably looks best here in the paddock. Definitely the most eye-catching, super coat on him. Coming in off a win at Laurel Park when switching back to the main track last time. Was off the pace, got a little bit keen early, but I thought when tipping out late was able to pull away nicely once he got room. And we'll see what he does coming here. I thought stacks up very favorably to his competition coming here to the Naira circuit. And I think coming in for the 50,000 and the non-2 condition makes a lot of sense. Now, Looking at a couple of others also coming in from out of town, the number 5 Platform has been running against allowance types over at Delaware. So again, I think kind of a lateral move for him coming in here. A horse that was chasing at the back, but did run on a little bit late in the stretch there last time. I think the 7 Furlong suits him perfectly right between the eyes. One thing I will say, though, is that he did get a little bit hot. Obviously, I'm not familiar with him, but he's gotten a bit longer in his coat, but nobody else has really gotten warm here in the paddock. So something that I didn't love to see. And a horse that is interesting because in particular with his post, the 9 Mike's Magic to the outside, coming in from Parks for Jane Sibeli. This horse wears an extension blinker covering his right eye, which he has worn previously in watching his replays, as well as a cage bit. He's a horse that has the tendency to drift. He's a very big, good-looking individual, but with that outside post, watch what Dalila Rivera does and trying to keep him straight. Hopefully he will be able to drop in and save even a little bit of ground, Greg.
Thanks, Acacia. 2 went by. Who is the favorite with Manny Franco? Here's Hot Spun.
Yeah, Hot Spun. One that was 33-1 last time, did no running, 24-1 before that, and 24-1 before that as well.
Charlie Baker Barn. Here's Game Bred with Joel Rosario.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with this horse. I mean, the horse ran well enough 2 back. I didn't love the last performance, but the win 2 back for 50 wasn't bad.
Good form out of town for Platform. Can that Delaware form translate?
The figures suggest that it's not the craziest idea in the world. Horse is 9-2 right now.
Shadow Surge. Pratt looking for number 4 in this one quick early.
It's not even close. This is the horse to beat. He's got the fastest numbers, but I just feel like there's other opportunities, and it's a little bit cold on the board.
It is stepping up in class a little bit, too. Middle market. Next door, the 7 at 6-1.
This is where I'm going to land. I think all the turf races kind of dirty up. There's some dirt races that make a lot of sense for Chad and as well for the new trainer. This one is a little bit sneaky to me.
13-01 next door. This is Cocktails and Kringle. Just claimed off Horacio de Paz.
Yeah, moving to the Kinder Mossy barn. Sometimes, when horses switch barns, they can just kind of wake up a little bit. Just different operations, different situations.
Big number on a horse who has an outside look. And then Mike's Magic, Jane Sibeli barn.
Yeah, this horse probably just doesn't feel fast enough. Currently is the longest price on the board.
So that's the field here for the 7. 3 minutes away from the 7 Furlong non-winners to 2 life condition claiming race. Let's go back to the 2, who comes off when it was getting back to dirt for the first time since returning off a long time away. First 2 starts back were on turf, then shortened up to dirt and a winning performance. You build off that. I mean, that's a pretty good figure, I know, out of town at Laurel.
Yeah, ran really well last time. The problem is that it feels like that race kind of fell apart, a race where if you see where the winner comes from, it just felt like one that kind of played into the hands of the winner. Is this race going to play out the same way? I guess it's always possible, but not one that I want to bet off of this situation. Let me learn a little bit more about this gelding off of this performance, and then maybe try to find something, something to do with this horse moving forward. But at a short price like this, off of that closing performance, I hate horses like that. Just because, how do you know you're going to get the same setup again?
We'll see what happens. 5-2 off that maiden special weight victory in Maryland. Meanwhile, still the favorite, and the price now has gotten very short. 3-2 Shadow Surge. Debuts at Keeneland April of 24. We don't see the horse for about a year and a half. Comes back, wins first time out for maiden 20. Backs it up with a very good effort. First time against winners to just miss for 30 non-winners of 2. And it looks like this one should be leading the way in front, no?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, the horse has some early speed, and there's back-to-back performances, which is always comforting, in my opinion, that can win this race. Just to know that there's not an outlier there. There's 2 performances, 2 different scenarios that lead this horse to be the favorite here. I don't have a problem with it. I just think the horse is a little bit overbet. I think there's some other opportunities, that's all.
Pace-wise, we'll see. Maybe the only other one to pressure this horse early is right next door Platform with Kendrick. For more on Shadow Surge, let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, this is a horse that has run the fastest figures in his last couple of races and does have speed, as you guys mentioned, though I think that there are, and I agree with Jonathan, some really interesting horses. I thought it was actually a little bit more wide open when looking at these horses in the paddock and out on the track beforehand, but as far as Shadow Surge is concerned, this is a horse that had a big warm-up. Flavien Prat took him right away from the pony, extending himself nicely. He's gotten a bit wintry at this stage. I thought there were some others that did appear better overall, just in their coat and in their conditioning altogether, but this is a horse that's in good form, and for that I really do respect. It was a long layoff, an aggressive drop in class for the 20,000, coming back one with George Weaver, but I think they've just kind of kept him where he belongs and sticking at this level, though stepping up slightly, as Greg did mention. The number 7 Middle Market, I know, Jonathan, you have interest in this horse, and I was glad you mentioned him because this is probably one of the best times I've seen this horse appear, at least lately. And he's a horse that just always really struggled for such a long time to carry his weight and conditioning, and I think that's in large part why they moved him to the turf. I like him going back to the dirt, and like I said, he looks like he's doing really well right now, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Yeah, double-digit odds on one with a little bit of some hidden form here in the 7.
Yeah, I mean, there's just the dirt races make sense. Frankly, the turf figures make sense. So that means the horse is in form. It's just a little bit dirty. It's harder to see. You know, look, I'm not cutting a line to try to beat the 6 here, but I think there's an opportunity for the 7 to run well. You know, and I think one of the ways you could play this race is, you know, if you're in agreement with me about the 6, is you can bet the 7, bet the 7 to win at 10-1. Then you can come back and bet the exact 6-7. I've never understood betting place. Like, I just who else do you think is going to win the race, and try to hook that up in an exacta? So, you know, a win bet on the 7 here with an exacta 6-7, and see if you can't pick up some pieces.
8 stepping in, 12-1, with some sharp recent form as well. But Pratt looks like he should be able to control on the front end with Shadow Surge here, the 6. And sometimes 7/8, especially with him being lone speed, unless Kendrick presses next door. Could be a little bit easier time of things than he had last start. 7th from Aqueduct, Chris Griffin with the call.
Goes in. All set. Opening the front of the gate there, that was the 6, Shadow Surge. Didn't go anywhere, just opened the front of the gate. Close it up. And they're off. Shadow Surge broke very sharply from in between horses. Quicker to the outside, though, is Cocktails and Kringle. Cocktails and Kringle is now a full length in front. Heart Scent is Mike's Magic up on the outside as a challenging second. Middle Market is taken 3rd, just having to steady and check. That was Shadow Surge, who's now dropping back through the field as towards the back end. It's taken the 4th spot is going to be Platform, and a tight hold here is Game Bred in between horses. Action-packed first quarter, 22.47 for that opening quarter mile. Cocktails and Kringle is trying to dispatch a Mike's Magic towards the outside there, 1-2. Platform is now a clear 3rd. Game Bred is 4th. From the outside, here comes Salming, who's on the move, is taken 5th. Losing some ground was Middle Market. The 2 at the back gets Hot Spun, and Shadow Surge is the trailer. They're well into the far turn, and the leader is Mike's Magic. Platform is right there, a clear 2nd. Game Bred at the rail. From the outside, it's Salming. Hot Spun starts to run on here from the back end of the field. Shadow Surge is going to have to pass them all and is far, far back. 45.29 for that half-mile time, and they're ready to pounce on this leader, Mike's Magic. Mike's Magic trying to fend him off. Hot Spun down the center of the racetrack is the one with a lot of momentum. Grandstand side, Game Bred in between horses. Meanwhile, Mike's Magic still there. A 16th left to go. The line is approaching. Mike's Magic, Game Bred lunging. Game Bred in time. Game Bred gets up over Mike's Magic, who finished 2nd. Then came Hot Spun. And there was another photo with Middle Market and Salming.
Game Bred, Charlie Baker, Joel Rosario at 12-1. Very tough trip for Shadow Surge. We'll get back to that. You just said it to me off air. We may have a late pick 5 carryover.
I mean, look, there's a lot of things that could happen, But I'm just saying that the makings of what one looks like are what we've just seen.
Yeah.
Right? The longest shot on the board, a 9-1 shot, a 12-1 shot in a race where there's a horse at 6-5. I mean, yeah, you know, in the winter on a Sunday, like we're creeping into the arena that you can start thinking about it. If you're alive, I hope you hit it. I'm just saying we're in that arena.
Here's a look down the stretch, and this will help give us an idea of what we're kind of looking at. The pick 3 to this horse, $3,277.
Whoa.
So 4-9-3-2 finish. Let's go back to the favorite, and Pratt just had all kinds of issues, dropping further and further back, eventually back to last with Shadow Surge.
Yeah, I mean, he just felt like he was never comfortable in here, but he honestly never even picked up at all. I mean, he had such a figure edge. You know, even with a trip like this, he's supposed to run like a bad, you know, like a sneaky fourth. You know, he's supposed to come running late. Oh, bad luck. I thought he was really poor in here. The trouble obviously wasn't ideal, but I also don't feel like the trouble.
He has to be forward though too. When you saw him not forward early, that was sort of a red flag, wasn't it?
Yeah, sure, definitely was a red flag. I mean, for a horse that has some tactical speed, but we see horses that are the best in a race miss the break, get a little bit shuffled, and still find ways to win. He just wasn't able to do that.
In the end, it's Game Bred, 12-1, who was dropping down in class, broke his maiden on a race that came off the grass in the New York bred maiden 50 race, and now wins at 12-1. Let's go back to Acacia.
Don't forget that the 6, your favorite in Shadow Surge, also broke open the gate before the race. And it seemed after inspecting him, he was fine going back in. But sometimes that can just almost be like popping a balloon, letting the air out, and can take a lot of energy out of a horse before the race even begins. So don't forget about that piece of it as well that might have affected that performance today too.
So 12-1 here, Game Bred with this big upset of 3,200 plus, pick 3. We got the Pebbles next. We'll see what happens in that race. You obviously a Chad Brown horse can take a lot of money at Fast Market. I thought it was more wide open than those two.
Well, if you saw my shirt today, you know where I'm going.
And then in the last, could be pretty heavy favorite with a Polta. Upset there. The potential certainly on the board for a very rare late pick 5 carryover, but we'll see what happens in the last couple of legs. E5 shirt, shameless promotion here from JK. So yeah, we know who he's rooting for. We have our second of 2 stakes on the grass. When we come back, grade 3 Pebbles, and JK's all about peak hype. As for Fast Market, gets the inside draw, gets Flavian Pratt. Was brilliant first time against winners. Back at our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Sunday card from South Ozone Park, New York. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Game Bread, 12-1 upset. Joel Rosario and his days winding down here in New York before he heads to Hot Springs, Arkansas, winning for Charlie Baker.
Yeah, he sure did. And it was, look, he sat there on the inside, saved ground as much as he possibly could, and then did what I think most riders love to do, which is save ground, go out around one horse, and that's exactly what he did. He's got on those silks with the famous U on them. The silks that resemble that Miami U.
Yeah.
Certainly they can't look exactly like it.
Pretty close. So Game Bread, 2 wins, last 3 starts now with a drop down in class to victory at a big number. And again, yeah, look at that pick 3 to tell you if you're alive in this pick 5, what may be coming your way. $3,277. Pick 5 that ended here, that began back in race 3, mandatory payout, $7,965. That's why we love the pick 5. Up next, our final grass race in New York of 2025. JK,
Wow.
Grade 3 Pebbles at Amano 16th. And Fast Market, 9 starts to get that maiden win. First time against winners was the Grade 2 Sands Point, missed by a neck.
Yeah, Fast Market's maiden win puts that one right in the mix. I actually thought the maiden win was better than the Sands Point. They were both pretty good. I just think that the peak hype after losing all that ground last time ran a lot better than it looks on paper.
I'm with you. We'll see if Ricardo Santana Jr. can navigate from that outside post. Grade 3 Pebbles when we come back on our Sunday coverage. We'll look ahead, too, to Cigar Mile Day, Phileas Fogg cutting back in distance, and then Crazy Mason, the closing sprinter. Could not have 2 more contrasting running styles from these 2. Who else is pointing to the big one in early December? We'll let you know when we come back.
An Eclipse champion by leading young sire Not This Time. Up to the Mark made an impression in the sales ring, bringing $450,000. He then left his mark on the racetrack, a debut winner at Saratoga, before compiling 3 consecutive Grade 1 wins in the Turf Classic at Churchill Downs, the Manhattan Stakes at Belmont, and the Turf Mile at Keeneland. Up to the Mark now seeks to leave his mark as a stallion, standing at Lane's End.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the Naira Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Glad to have you with us on our Sunday coverage as we are out at Laurel Race 8, another 5.5 furlong turf sprint. This one allowance optional claiming company. Right now it's the 4, Voltage, Michael Trombetta Barn. The favorite, a 2-time winner on the lawn. 3-1 on the board on that runner. And we have an old friend who we've seen race quite a bit, 4 Harp for Butch Reed, the 10. He's had some big moments in his career. 13-1 on 4 Harp.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have a horse with back class like that. That goes a long way. I'm going to go towards the outside-ish with the 13. One that hasn't, it's been the theme of the show and not intentionally. Kind of dirty form situation, right? Third. But there's still obviously a lot of speed in here. This horse has some speed. You look at some of the turf sprints, the last turf sprint, ran extremely well that day to win by open links on this turf course.
He's never lost on the grass.
No, I just...
That was his only turf start.
Exactly. I just think that he's one. He's a little bit sneaky. And I am a sucker for outside draws in turf sprints. And I want to say that Golden Pal taught me that when he won from the 14 and the Breeders' Cup. But I think that being up at Saratoga and having so many of those 5.5 races that are so important, you just don't want to get stopped. It's too short of a race that if you get stopped to make it up. I'd rather lose the ground and at least be able to get my full run and empty the tank.
Say this, too. There's plenty of other speed in this race, too. He did sit just off the pace early. Maybe a good sign for him here because there's some other quickies in this spot. 7-2 now on the 13. We're set for this 8th. Dave Rodman, the call.
Fun Notion. Second wire finish on the Dahlia course, rail 52 feet. And they're off. Scrambling for the lead, Billionaire's Row. Along outside is Normandy Hero now up to a narrow lead. Swill is right there. Launch Control as they're licking between horses. Then to the outside is Fun Notion racing up close in 4th. For Harp is 5th and on the chase. Billionaire's Row back in 6th position while saving ground. Mr. Lincoln is next. Some 7 lengths from the front around the far turn. They're followed by Voltage. Great Peeling Lad is on the inside. Smooth B racing back of the pack with Holdout, who trails the field. Holdout last has 17 or 18 to make up. Pace solid with Normandy Hero pouring on that speed and a gang of 4 in that second flight chase. Launch Control is right there along with Swill down to the inside. Swill now takes aim and into the stretch. It is Normandy Hero from Swill. Late run now from Voltage, who's one off the inside and trying to motor on, but still 6 lengths on the front. It is Normandy Hero, 1 furlong left to go from Swill second. Voltage is in 3rd in the battle for the show spot. A 16th left to go. Normandy Hero, and Swill, and then Voltage. And on the inside, Mr. Lincoln. Blanket finish.
Normandy Hero, he was the speed of the speed and just holding off. It looks like Swill late for the win.
This might be the first time I've ever picked 3 winners in a row. Somewhere. I'm not going to go to Saratoga next summer. I'm just going to go to Maryland.
At this rate,
hang out
found
down
your
there.
calling. How close did this get late?
It looked a little bit closer, but if you're looking at that red part of the fence, it feels like he got the job done.
Still clearly in front by about a head, but here comes the wire. Yeah, best of the bob, too. So Normandy Hero, impressive now, 2 for 2 on the lawn. Jamie Ness, Michael Sanchez.
Pebbles with racing room now, and a daring move by Pat Ettery, and Pebbles has taken the lead. It's Pebbles now in front. Strawberry Road coming after her from the outside. Strawberry Road and Pebbles, they're dueling to the finish. Pebbles is game and determined. Strawberry Road driving hard. They're running out of ground. England Super Filly. Pebbles has won it.
And it was an historic win. It was the first British trained horse to ever win a Breeders' Cup race. The filly Pebbles beating the boys, beating Australian champion Strawberry Road, and doing it a course record time. Supplemented for $240,000 to get this win.
That's a good bet. That's a good bet. They made a decision, and look, it's what makes the Breeders' Cup, in my opinion, so great. we fall in love with our horses here. We know who our horses are, but it's the combination, right? The meeting of the different sides of the ocean. When they come over, it's what makes it so exciting.
Well, that one was a thriller. She was pretty good for trainer Clive Britton. Pat Ettery aboard on for that win. This year's edition of the Pebbles, Fast Market, the inside slot, and just missed by a neck of the Sands Point. Then Peak Hype for Chad Brown, coming off the second win of her career. Pretty good supporting cast as well as we head downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, those seem to be kind of the big two, but it is currently the new face who is the favorite in the number 6, Sweet Treasure, as this race rescheduled from last weekend when we canceled, and we gained Sweet Treasure with this race being run a week later, and she's talented. Reading an article on the Daily Racing Forum, Brad Cox said that Sweet Treasure was supposed to start her 3-year-old campaign back in April down at Gulfstream, but she ended up getting a cut on her leg that sidelined her for longer than they had anticipated, so unfortunately missing summer racing. But she came back with yes as the favorite, disappointing, and then a huge effort last time out that I thought she ran very well at Churchill when winning. Not the quickest, she was 3 wide. When pressing, she never saw the rail and still was able to kick on and win by open lengths that day. You can definitely see the twirling candy influence in her, in the way that she's put together. Rather handy type of individual, but incredibly athletic. She's been very professional here. Definitely looks tremendous in her coat and well turned out coming into New York for the first time. And I like what I see from a filly that I do think has some blue sky, as she is going to stretch out slightly to the 1.116, which she has shown she's been able to handle no problem. See if she can save a little bit of ground today that she was not able to do last time. The number 1, Fast Market, she ran exceptionally well in that Sands Point, arguably running a little bit better than even the horse that won, and Ready for Candy, who's been in exceptional form recently, and that was going 1 1/8. So slight turn back here, no problems for her. She has the foundation. I know that it took her some time to break her maiden, but I think that she's shown ability all along, and her distance turf races, with the exception of the Appalachian, have been very, very good, especially when she's been able to settle nicely, which she's shown she's been able to do as a 3-year-old. She has held her coat and conditioning exceptionally well into these cooler months, and she's a horse that I think is very energetic and has been able to really kind of channel that. I appreciate the physical and mental maturity we've been able to see from her towards the second half of her 3-year-old season. Not to mention, with the inside post and the redraw here to this race, she gets the best of it with the post position draw, and she has some tactical and positional speed to bring to the party as well. The number 8, Peak Hype, was very good when winning last time out, though she is a deep closer that does not have any early speed. I thought last time out she was really kind of in no man's land throughout the entire running of that race, where she got a little bit keen, I think in large part because she really didn't have cover. She had an outside post that day too. She was 10 of 10 in there, and then while closing a little bit high-headed, just again never really able to kind of switch off behind horses. But Ricardo Santana really had no choice as to where he was going to be able to position her, and she was still very impressive with being able to win. The waters get deeper now as she faces Stakes Company for the first time. And again, she was able to show that she can run well when wide, but obviously that's not going to be the ideal type of trip. She's a very feminine, lean type of physical. It's my first time actually being in the paddock for one of her races, and if I'm nitpicking, I really wish that she was carrying a little bit more muscle mass altogether, but that just might be her. She's well into the bridle. She's energetic. I think the biggest thing going to be for her is if she can get a good trip and settle, maybe getting a little bit of live cover this time, Greg.
She was impressive last time out, showing some turn of foot and a very big performance and a big move forward as well. Can Ricardo Santana Jr. navigate from an outside post? Didn't seem to hurt her last time out.
Yeah, I mean, she lost some ground. I mean, she's obviously facing a little bit tougher competition this time around, so you want to try to just because she showed she could do that doesn't mean that's the way you want to do it, right? You want to try to find an easier way to do that. But I do feel like she is one that has a ton of ability, and she's shown it in the majority of her starts.
Fast Market missed by a neck in the Grade 2 Sands Point last start.
Yeah, one of my favorite angles is horses closing into slow paces, and she's done that well in 2 starts.
Corretto, interesting long shot for Graham Motion, taking some money.
Yeah, this horse ends up, she runs pretty well on the inside. Her last 4 starts, she's been down on the inside. She's been comfortable down there.
3-year-old filly related to the Grade 1 winner, Spirit of St. Louis. She finally got that maiden win. As we jump to the 5 here as well, Paradise City.
Yeah, Paradise City is one that does have a little bit of speed. Those pace figures weren't particularly fast last time. If Sweet Treasure wants the lead, who we're seeing now on the screen, she'll get the lead.
Yeah, she was not entered when this race was originally drawn. She's kind of a new face in today, and she's the favorite right now. 3 for 4 lifetime for Brad Cox. Love You Anyway, Jose Lezcano for Rusty Arnold.
Yeah, another one for Rusty Arnold and for Alex Bregman. Always deserves a mention.
And Peak Hype. 3-1 coming off that impressive win from off the pace last start.
Yeah, it was so wide last time and ran well through that adversity, hoping that Peak Hype will do the same here.
Wow, you think game face on this one? Fast market.
Look at that.
Ready to roll. Pratt still looking for number 4. Let's go down to Acacia.
And I'm here with Fast Markets trainer John Terranova. John, we were just looking at the screen, watching her warm up. Is she really extending herself nicely out there? What have you seen from her coming into this race?
More of the same. She's held her form. She's never comes out of the tub. She's feeling great, and just happy to have her right now.
You had commented to me that you felt like she's really going in the right direction. What do you think has been the key for her?
I think we made some adjustments. We took the blinkers off of her. She's always been a real class act, and she's kind of let us get away with a lot of mistakes. Fortunately, big, strong, sound filly, great mind on her, and just the way she was ridden last couple of times, it's just switching her off and then making that one late run is really putting everything together for her.
Yeah, you can see that in her races. It seems like mentally she has come a long way into the latter part of her 3-year-old season.
Yeah, naturally she's matured. She's gotten older and she's a late foal too. She's a May foal, so she's finally come into herself, and just looking forward to more.
As are we. Thanks for the time. Best of luck.
Thanks.
Greg.
You can't look much better pre-race warm-up than Fast Market looks right now. Pratt, again, looking for number 4 for the trainer you just heard from. And, took a little while to break through. JK, get that first win. She really looked good in her first start against winners, which happened to be Grade 2 company.
Yeah, I mean, look, all these horses look nice. I would say, the two that, I'm not saying anything outside the ordinary. The Fast Market and Peak Hype look the best to me. Fast Market has a rider in Flavian Pratt who's going to be aggressive from the inside. He typically is in getting his position moving forward. Then he ends up just finding a nice little pocket situation where he can save ground from the inside. He's got the ability to finish like we know this horse can finish. I know it didn't work out perfectly in the last race, but you can't be results-oriented in this game. You have to identify winning runs, winning performances. It doesn't matter if they finish 3rd, 2nd, or 1st. You're trying to identify what they're going to do today. And I think a lot of times in those situations, finding horses that run winning type races sometims can be enough.
And just a big edge to be drawn where you want to be already saving ground from the inside.
I love it. I mean, when you hit a Flavian, an Irad, a Joel, you can keep going. A Johnny, a Manny, the list goes on. Good riders drawn inside with confidence are going to get their position moving forward, hold that position, and that goes a long way.
Here's the new face. This one, again, was not entered when this race was originally drawn. Now shows up and for a moment was the favorite. She's done nothing wrong. 3 wins. Her only defeat was coming in off a long layoff back in September of this year.
Yeah, I mean, this is a horse that has a lot of tactical speed. And in turf racing, a lot of times it's a huge weapon because a lot of turf horses are the types that want to kind of take back, make one run. Brad Cox feels like more often than not ends up with horses like this that want to be a little bit more forward. And when you're a little bit more forward like this, you can do some dictating while everyone else is getting dictated too. I think Sweet Treasure has a unique ability to give this field issues because of her tactical speed and where she could end up on the racetrack.
You mentioned connections of Love You Anyway. Alex Bregman, all-star 3rd baseman, part of the group with this 3-year-old Tappet filly for Rusty Arnold. She had some races that fit right in the mix. I'm surprised she's at that number 10-1. Are you surprised by that number?
Oh, I just think there's 3 other horses in here. When there's 3 live, legitimate horses, often the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th horses get completely ignored.
And here she is. Jose Lezcano, one of the best turf riders in the game, aboard as she clicks down to 9-1 right now. This will be her third start off a short layoff. Broke her maiden at Keeneland back in April. Second start of her career, she had to deal with nitrogen.
It's not an easy thing to do.
Not at all, and that was in grade 3 company. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I actually saw Love You Anyway down at Tampa that day that she did face nitrogen in the Florida Oaks. And I remember talking about her that day because I kind of liked her, even in the face of a filly that was starting off her season in nitrogen and would go on to be so effective on turf and dirt and one of the best, or arguably the best of her crop. But even since that day, Love You Anyway has filled out a lot. She is also a gray daughter of Tappet, and she's mentally come a long way too. I thought she had a tough wide trip last time out, and still ran on to be third, coming out of that same allowance race that the 2 Corretto does as well. I thought you could give a little bit of a look to Love You Anyway. Wanted to give a quick mention to the 5 Paradise City. She effectively switched to turf 2 back, but she is a horse that went right to the front last time out, and she is really sharp and energetic again. That's her. It's typical of her to get revved up and get washy. That's very normal, but I think tactics, and if she uses that energy and that speed once again, could make things a little bit interesting as to how this race might play out. And you saw the 8 Peak Hype did get a slight saddle adjustment out on the track, but jockey Ricardo Santana is back aboard. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. 9-1 on this, gray daughter of Tappet with Jose Lezcano. 8-5. Public has honed in on Fast Market from the rail with Pratt again looking for number 4.
Yeah, I mean, if a lot of these horses, even the 1, 6, and the 8 feel very equally matched, then give me the guy who's riding the best on the horse's back to make the right decisions. And from a spread from 8-5 to 5-2 to 3-1, just get me home in the winner's circle. At this point, value's not really much of a conversation.
Grade 3 Pebbles final turf race here in New York of 2025. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Ricardo Santana Jr. last to load. All set. The grade 3 Pebbles. Paradise City. Movement. And they're off. Breaking well was Corretto towards the inside, and here comes the gray Love You Anyway. Love You Anyway right to the outside, now takes a half-length advantage. We'll take him into that first turn. Taking off the pace, back to second is Corretto, and moving up towards the outside, here comes Sweet Treasure, who's now a shared second. Will take that second position as they slow things down up front. Just off of them, Paradise City is a well-settled 4th. Outwider is going to be Peak Hype, is 3 wide here as they work around that turn. The 2 at the back, Fast Market and Starship Pegasus. They're chasing Love You Anyway. Love You Anyway, 24.28 for the opening quarter mile. Sweet Treasure with mild pressure towards the outside is a clear second. Paradise City starts to move forward in between horses in third, and at the rail that's Corretto and Jamie Rodriguez. Peak Hype has had a wide journey, is still 3 wide there in 5th. Here comes the move from Fast Market, and they start to move in closer second to last. And the trailer, Starship Pegasus, 49 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Love You Anyway is still in front, and now turns up the pressure is Sweet Treasure. 3 wide will be Paradise City, who's on the move from Manny Franco, and Corretto's just in behind them. Fast Market is just moving right into things, gliding along, is taken 5th, is to the inside of Peak Hype. The trailer, Starship Pegasus, they reach the top of the lane. 113 flat for 3/4 of a mile. Drifting off the rail was Love You Anyway, who's still in front and now starts the sprint for home. Love You Anyway. Fast Market is making up quick ground and drifting out Love You Anyway down to the inside at Sweet Treasure. Here to the outside, Fast Market now lifting to the outside of Love You Anyway, who's back to second. Fast Market is opening up. Fast Market wins the Pebbles. Love You Anyway second, Sweet Treasure and Peak Hype in 1 minute 43.22 seconds.
Fast Market finds running room and then just takes off, showing that turn of foot. 4 today for Flavian Pratt.
It's just a difference in trip. You see Peak Hype on the outside, really giving a lot of leaning on the 1 Fast Market. Peak Hype was wide around both turns. Sweet Treasure ran well enough, but Fast Market on those last 2 races had hinted that she was this good. Closing into those slow paces, overcoming it once, almost overcoming it twice. This is a serious horse, and one that made Flavien look really good in this situation. It was just a matter of how far once she straightened up for home.
Winds up going off at 3-2, so now 2 wins and a neck defeat in the Grade 2 Sands Point, but becomes a graded stakes winner in the final chance to do it here in New York in 2025. And just waiting for room, patient ride from Pratt. And let's take a look here at the head-on. Has to shift out a little bit with Love You Anyway coming out a little bit. It was a little erratic there in the stretch. So 1-7-6-8. And since stretching back out on the grass, equipment change to taking those blinkers off, just become a different filly.
She has. She absolutely has. And what a decision for Flavien to stick around. You know, we didn't have him with us at this point of the year last year. And to stick around and to continue to assert his dominance and find himself remaining at the top or near the top of the food chain when it comes to that jockey's room.
Another 4-win afternoon for Pratt. Trainer John Terranova with a strong, developing 3-year-old filly who's now a graded stakes winner of the Pebbles. Back with you on our Sunday coverage. Grade 3 Pebbles in the books, and what a performance from Fast Market for trainer John Terranova, part of a 4-win afternoon for Flavien Pratt, our winner circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton, Kentucky Winter Mix Sale, scheduled for February 9th in Lexington, Kentucky. Main catalog entries close December 15th. Enter now at digital.fasigtipton.com. So a maiden win just 3 starts ago, now a graded stakes winner for Fast Market. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm here with the winning connections in the winner's circle. Very happy to be joined by Bloodstock agent Seth Morris, as well as owner Peter Yan from Hit the Bid. And Seth, let's start with you. You said picking out this filly and what she's developed into now, into a graded stakes winner, has to be incredibly rewarding.
Oh, it's so exciting. I mean, she was awesome in Ocala. We got her at the June sale, and she's a May foal. And I mean, we've done virtually everything wrong with her. I mean, we brought her long on dirt to start. We brought her down and sprinted her on turf. We've done a whole bunch of things. And through it all, she's just flourished. And we didn't wreck her mentally, and she's been able to blossom. And, you know, we took the blinkers off, or John took the blinkers off and got her to relax. And, you know, we've had 3 straight really good runs. So we figured out what she wants to do. And I'm super excited that we got a graded stakes win for Hit the Bid.
It's funny. John actually said almost the exact same thing before the race. And for Peter, for a filly like this, being able to win a graded stake in New York, she got so close last time. It has to be so fun to see what she's been able to do now that you guys have figured her all out.
No, I mean, the Terra Novas, they do a great job. Like Seth obviously, you know, bought her, believed in her, took a while. I think we ran her in a graded stakes last year to break her maiden, and it was tough. But yeah, she figured it out, and you know what? We're looking forward to her 4-year-old campaign.
Has to be exciting when I know it's towards the end of the year, but still a young filly, still a lot of blue sky to go.
Oh yeah, a lot of upside potential, a lot of upside.
Worth the wait?
Totally worth the wait. Super excited. Hello to Hal Mintz, who's in Florida. Hal and Allison. Hal's the managing partner of Hit the Bid, so you know he couldn't make it down for the race, but I know he's always believed in the filly and thought she was a long-distance turf filly. So Hal, you're right as usual, and thank you for the opportunity to buy her. And you know, like I said, Pete and the rest of the Hit the Bid guys have been great, and I'm just so excited for the Terra Novas and to get a graded stakes win here at the end of November.
As you should be. Enjoy it, guys. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Greg?
Got to feel awfully good, not just with a graded stakes win and doing it with the final turf race of the year to close out turf season here in New York, but this filly has gotten really good late too.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to be happy about that. And it's one of the things when you see that is you see the journey that it is for a thoroughbred owner, a trainer, to get a horse into the winner's circle, right? I mean, you buy the horse, you hope they might be one thing, you think they might be one thing, they could be one thing, they're not one thing, you got to figure it out. It's a journey, and you can see that's why it's so exciting when people are able to pull it off.
Late pick 5 follow along. There are a few carryovers to Friday in the late pick 5. Only one horse would result in the pick 6 getting hit. That's the favorite. Shocker. Flavian Prattsmouth. Apolta.
Checks out.
But carryovers in the pick 5 as well to, let's see here. You know, 5, 7, 8, and 9 all result in the late pick 5 moving to next Friday.
5, 7, 8, and 9.
Certainly thought the 9 had a look.
I got to tell you, of those, that's the only one that feels like they might.
Although the 7 taking a little bit of early money. I'm not seeing it there, but you never know.
It might be someone's alive to someone else, and they're trying to get coverage with the 7 betting the horse.
20 maiden claiming race, 2 turns, mile and an eighth. At this lower level, we could see some tired horses making a run late.
No, we can. It's exciting if you are alive. We all play the pick 5 in hopes of being alive for a life-changing score, as it were. So, you know, if you're alive, we wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, but real quick, to the favorite, by the way, 10,426, and then some huge, as high as 54,000 or to 218,000 of the 4 down the line. Let's go to Laurel. Race 9. Mile and a 16th in this $25,000 maiden claiming group. And even money on the 4 Tactics. Brittany Russell, Sheldon Russell. A lot of changes. Big drop. Blinkers on. New gelding. Switching barns.
Yeah, I got to tell you, this is the most important race of the day for me.
You've been unstoppable.
Trying to go 4 for 4. Do I lay up with Tactics, putting the blinkers on for Brittany Russell? Obviously a Rapoli, I would call it a circuit dropper, right? Started with Todd Pletcher, ends up with Brittany Russell. I'm going to hitch my wagon to this one. I'm going to go with Tactics to try to go 4 for 4 here at the Maryland Jockey Club at Laurel Park today.
Play not to lose.
No,
You're not doing that here, are you?
No, I mean, I guess the entry is a little bit interesting. Jamie Ness has got me 2 wins of my couple, so I want to show him a little bit of love there, I guess. But
I looked at Tactics faced AI first time out. Who had that huge eye-opening move at Saratoga in that debut, and then would go on to a stake. Didn't run that well, but went to I believe the Hopeful off that. But yeah, this is the one to beat, no question. A lot of changes though for the 4-5 favorite. Can JK make it four straight? That's what you're going for?
I'll try my hardest.
And Laurel, Dave Rodman, the call.
Turf to dirt. Loverboy Ness. Now midnight ticket. Tactics is even money. Tis the Great. Lino's Fire. Lined up. And they're off. Tis the Great asks for early speed. He gives it. Paid Vacation is right there. Loverboy Ness is in the early mix, drifting a bit deep into the first turn run. Now over to the 2 path. They are followed by Our Ham Sandwich is in 4th position. Lino's Fire is in 5th. Hard Swing 6th. And back to Midnight Ticket, who's racing some 7 or 8 lengths off that pace as they move around that turn. Here is Tactics, second to last, and trailing the field, Turf to dirt. They move down the backstretch with 6 furlongs left to run. And on the inside, Paid Vacation has the narrow lead. Right there, Loverboy Ness in between horses. Tis the Great there on the outside. 3 of them across the track. Our Ham Sandwich tracks the trio from 4th. Lino's Fire is in 5th. Midnight Tick is 6th. Hard Swing is next. Tactics at an even pace at this point. The pace is solid, though. 3 of them going at it up front. And trailing the field, Turf to dirt. Heading into the far turn, 4 furlongs to go. Still a 3-way scramble on the lead. On the outside, Tis the Great. Tis the Great now puts the head in front from Paid Vacation. Loverboy Ness is under some pressure to stay pace. Our Ham Sandwich is next. Driven 3 wide is Tactics. Tactics a good dozen lengths off the lead. Lino's Fire is next. They're followed by Hard Swing. And second last is Midnight Ticket, and Turf to dirt trails the field. Top of the stretch, Tis the Great has survived the duel, a comfortable lead. It's 5 lengths as they turn for home. Paid Vacation driven up on the inside. Then it's Loverboy Ness and Tactics trying to get involved late in the scene, far outside into the stretch, for long left to go. And it's Yezzet Hazelwood and Tis the Great. They're trying to hold sway. They have a 4-length lead. Got a bit finesse down to the line with a 16 to go. Tis the Great getting weary. Here comes Tactics on the outside. Tactics, Tis the Great. Tactics, Tis the Great. Tactics, Tis the Great. Then it was Lino's Fire and Loverboy Ness and Paid Vacation.
Did not look good early for Tactics, but then he started to shift into gear. And breaking news, Jonathan Kinchin has just announced he is moving to Maryland.
I got to talk to Maggie about some good neighborhoods down there. Yeah, Tactics. He looked in trouble a majority of this race, but he was able to find a way to just grind him down. Look, I think the thing is he was better than these other horses. I'm not sure he ran great. He just happened to run better than the rest of them did.
Rapoli Stable Silk showing up in Laurel. And 2 sprint stretching out. Big drop in class. All those changes. The blinkers on. New gelding. First time Brittany Russell. And, it's so far back early, but able to get this maiden breaking win here in start number 3. Probably against a field that was to his liking. 4 wins in a row at Laurel for Mr. Jonathan Kinchin. We're going to be back with a nightcap. This one is the only horse that results in the pick 6 getting hit. Stay with us.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
$1,600,000 bid, $1,600,000 bid, now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Back on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2 as we get set for the finale on the Sunday card from New York. And this one right here would bring Flavien Prat 5 on the afternoon. It is also the only horse that would result in the pick 6 getting hit today. Otherwise, we have a carryover into Friday of next week. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And starting there, I'll take a look at both of the Todd Pletcher horses in here. The number 6, Apalta, the favorite, and on paper, he's just very much the horse to beat, given that he's just been facing better company, though has not done too much running, at least in his most recent efforts. But since switching back to the dirt 2 starts back, I thought had mentally and physically developed and improved a little bit. He's a lighter frame type of horse. He never really kind of filled out or went on too much as his 3-year-old season progressed. But they put the blinkers on last time, just a short cup, Cheater Cup, and he did have to face Porosity, who we're going to see coming back in an allowance. It was very impressive winning that day for Linda Rice. And I thought Apalta, who was off slow that afternoon, just really couldn't keep up with that better competition. So dropping in for the 20,000 today, which I think makes sense for him, is very fit. Like I said, I think they're just kind of finding him at the level at which he might belong. And this is by far the softest competition that he will have run against as of yet. The same could be said for his stablemate, the number 1, Thorsness, but this one is trying the dirt for the first time. He has pedigree to suggest that he should be a dirt horse. On the bottom side, he's the half-brother to Nutella Fella, who did win the Hopeful in a big upset as a 2-year-old and is a dirt horse. In the second generation is the second dam, Unbridled Beauty, who is a precocious dirt horse as well, won first time out and was second in the Adirondack. But Todd Pletcher never ran this horse on the dirt, at least as of yet. So that's a bit of a question and a bit of a negative. Not overly turf looking, but is, again, kind of similar to a stablemate, a lighter framed type. Has strengthened a little bit, though, at least since I saw him 2 back when he was first off the layoff. And I appreciate that because you need to have that strength, particularly in the hind end, when you go onto the main track. We'll see if the surface switch and dropping class help him to take a step forward, Greg.
Interesting finale here coming up. Here is Thorsness. Todd Pletcher has only been on turf to this point. And Todd has a knack for finding horses to get this distance.
Yeah, 1.125 dirt. That's Todd's animal right there. And look, this horse is a half Nutella Fella, so that horse won a Grade 1 on the dirt. I don't. I'm not saying he's a Grade 1 winner. You can't take it away from him. But I also think this is one of those situations we talked about. It's like, look, let's see what happens. Do we have a horse that wants to run on the dirt, or do we need to head south?
So here's Thorsness again. Dirt debut coming up. Kendrick Carmouche for Todd Pletcher.
The turf figures put this one in the winner's circle. I just don't know if you want to trust them.
New surface, yeah, we'll see. Noguchi was a beaten favorite on dirt sprinting last start for Linda Rice.
Yeah, had a little bit of trouble after breaking slow. Maybe give this one more chance.
Yeah, it's in 100,000 maiden claimer on dirt at Saratoga. Ran okay. The 4 down the line.
Yeah, this feels like one that might win down the line.
Uncle Barry, 0 for 17.
Yeah, 0 for 17 and hasn't really shown any signs.
Is this number 5 for Flavian Pratt, the favorite of Polta?
It's very possible. Don't be fooled by the 6 beating 11 and the 7 beating 14. Sources run numbers that will absolutely win this race.
And dropping to the lowest level yet, the 7 Enduring Angel, second-time starter.
Yeah, didn't do much running on debut, but did break a little bit slow. Maybe could improve off of that.
Another professional maiden here, Daytona Moonshine.
Just feels a little bit too slow.
The Hero Code would result in a late pick 5 carryover.
Nah, it's not crazy. I mean, this horse has some okay turf numbers. Going to try the dirt again.
A sneaky okay dirt performance against Stars and Stripes. And then Dr. Insel outside 5-1.
Yeah, I think this was pretty interesting towards the outside. Has some tactical speed. Showed it last time for Ilkai. Manny probably needs to get a taste faster if the 6 handles the dirt, but it's definitely in the mix.
4 minutes to post in the nightcap. I want to remind you, if you're playing with Naira Bets, you could earn more. Get 10 times loyalty points for every $1 you bet on all races at Del Mar this afternoon. You got to opt in to take advantage at nairabets.com. We've said it every single day since this man right here has gotten back from the Breeders' Cup. Just how talented, how incredible he's been. But the tear he has been on late in the year seems like a late push to kind of solidify anyone who was on the fence about who should be the Eclipse Award winner.
Yeah, I mean, he's having a real resurgence here. Not a resurgence. That's not the right word. He's having a great meet here in New York as someone who typically doesn't stay in New York. He usually heads out of town, and the decision is seemingly a good one so far for him and his team, and I would imagine for his family as well. Just kind of have everything in one spot, just to be hanging in one place. So it's been going good.
Even money on his mount as he looks for number 5 on this Sunday card. Yeah, let's take a look at the pick 5 will pays. So 2 Pratt's mount, the 6th, the favorite, $10,426. Pretty large from there. And again, a few that result in a late pick 5 carryover into Friday of next week.
That's nice. You talk about Black Friday.
But realistically, the 5, 7, 8, and 9 are on there. Realistically, what do you think? We talked about the 9, certainly.
Yeah, I mean.
Any of the others? The 7's 10-1.
I think the 6 is going to be pretty tough. I think the 6 will be pretty tough to beat here, and just because there's 3 speed figures for this horse that make that one very tough to beat.
Not that impressed with that 6 speed 11 lengths for maiden 50, are you?
No, but I'm not impressed with anyone in here. So it's one of those situations where I don't like it, but the rest of them don't look great either.
This one here, at least somewhat lightly raced. Debuted October 24, gone until September of this year. So it's a 3rd start back off the bench. Did take a move forward, start number 2 back.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think if you try to find an alternative, the 10 to me is the alternative. If you don't trust the 6 is any good, the 10 has a couple races that make sense. Probably needs to get just a touch faster, but does make a little bit of sense.
Manny Franco for the Cantermachi barn. Meanwhile, the 9, the Hero Code, would result in a late pick 5 carry as well, and only 2 starts on dirt, only 1 on a faster track, and that was the debut, which you can always forgive, against Otello, who came back and won out of there, and then had to face Stars and Stripes for Bill Mott, who was pretty talented.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this horse has been banging heads with some pretty good ones, but a lot of the damage that this horse has done has been on the grass, and as you know, this race is going to be on the dirt, so not impossible, the 9 Hero Code. If I was going to take on the 6 here, I think my best feeling would be to try to do it with the 10.
Let's go to Acacia.
Well, the number 2 And Noguchi is a very intriguing prospect that's taking some money, because I'm with you guys that it might be worth giving him another chance, because I think he was just kind of protected last time out because he went off the favorite in that dirt sprint. But we'll take a look at the start in that maiden claiming race, which was his first start for Linda Rice since she claimed him from Chad Brown. And he did have a significant stumble at the beginning of the race that caused him to really take up at the break. And like I said, I think was kind of protected after that and just looked after when he was really taken out of contention. So it was also a dirt sprint. The claim was voided from them, and you can really see a lot from the head-on too. And you don't know the reason for a voided claim, but it could have been when he stumbled there that he might have cut himself or whatever the situation could have been. But I think you cannot give a fair look at that race. And he's an awkwardly put together horse in that he's almost built like 3 different horses in his conformation. And so I think all of his trainers that have had him have struggled with what his best distance might be. He is the half brother to multiple grade 1 place following C, a very good dirt horse, and he is built in his long frame like he should be able to go longer. I'd give him another chance in here. He warmed up fine out there on the track. The 10 Dr. Incel, have to say, he warmed up very well in the preliminaries, and he should show speed like he did last time out, Greg.
All right, Acacia loading up. Favorite 4 to 5. Pratt looking for number 5 on this Sunday card. Swept the stakes forever together. And the Pebbles. And a chance to put another little exclamation point on this week's action with the 4 to 5 favorite. Who again results in this pick 6 getting hit. Everyone else a carryover into next Friday. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Just takes one more turn. Dr. Insel. All set. And they're off. Noguchi has asked for speed down towards the inside with Thorsness in the early mix too. 3 wide, that's going to be down the line to join that early fray. And from the outside, that's Dr. Insel. That's the leading quartet. They're just in front of Apalta, who's right there as a well-settled 5th to the outside of Uncle Barry. From the back, on the move, the Hero Code, Daytona Moonshine. They're going to be 4, 5 wide here around this turn. The trailer, Enduring Angel, very tightly bunched, and the leader, Noguchi. Jose Lescano and Noguchi, they're up by 3/4 of a length. Right to the outside here comes down the line as a close-up second, and Dr. Insel center of the racetrack, 3-path in third. At the rail, that's Thorsness, who's a shared 4th, is moving up the far outside. That's the gray, the Hero Code. Apalta is in between runners now in the 6th position, just off of that early pace, is 3 lengths in front of Uncle Barry. The 2 still at the back, Daytona Moonshine and Enduring Angel. 48.26 for a half-mile time. Noguchi is still there with a neck advantage. It's Noguchi trying to take him all the way. Dr. Insel is now a clear second, as backing out of it was down the line. At the rail, that's Thorsness. On the move, Apalta found the seam, and here comes Apalta and Flavien Prat. They're on the move. They're 3 wide, and they're coming after the leaders now. An all-in, the Hero Code is right there in 4th. Thorsness is battling on. The rest have a lot of running to do. Noguchi is now asked the question, is all in. 1:12 and 4 for 3/4 of a mile. But here comes Apalta to the outside. Apalta is ready to challenge and now takes the lead. Noguchi is a game foe, is right there to the inside, and these two are shoulder to shoulder here as they approach a final furlong. Apalta starts to edge clear late. Apalta is opening up, is up by 2. A 16th left to go. Noguchi's trying hard, but Apalta, Flavien Prat, 5 on the day. Apalta wins it over Noguchi. Then came a tight photo there. Thorsness with Dr. Insel in 1:50.63 seconds.
Looked like much the horse to beat going in. The rider who has been much the rider to beat just about every single race. And as you heard, 5-win day for Flavien Prat over this 4-day week, JK. Pretty productive. 14 wins for Prat this week.
Yeah, that's outstanding. You know, it's a little bit of that chicken or the egg thing, right? Does the really good rider get the good horses, or is it the you know, you're getting on the good horses because you're a really good rider. Which one is it? And sometimes Flavien Prat puts that to the test. He's just so remarkable. He's aggressive. He's always in position where he needs to be. He'll win on the grass, which we saw on the stake. He'll win, or both the stakes today. He'll win on the dirt with lower level claimers. It's endless for him.
We had that Saratoga from him that was record-setting a couple summers ago. Since he has got back from the Breeders' Cup, this is one of the most dominant stretches we've seen from a jockey in a long time.
Yeah, he's been outstanding, and I actually saw him out at the Breeders' Cup, and he had, you know, I had said, you know, it sounds like you're staying in New York. He's like, yeah, and he just kind of expressed it, you know, last year when he was in California, he found himself traveling out of California on a lot of Saturdays, and so he didn't find the need to be there. Like, why not just stay in New York? And I think that the other thing about it is that riding here in the winter is going to do a lot for Flavien in terms of developing relationships with some of the smaller operations in New York, right? I mean, he's going to ride for the Chads and all the big operations, the Brad Coxes. But to develop relationships with some of the smaller trainers, that's going to go a long way, I think, in the summer for allowing him to be a little bit more competitive with an Irad Ortiz or a Jose Ortiz for that Saratoga riding title.
5-win Sunday after we had a 4-win Friday, 3-win Thursday, 14 wins for the week for the reigning Eclipse Award winner. On a tear, Apulta, the odds-on favorite, pick 6 hit. Oh, the prices when we come back. Teams up here with Todd Pletcher for the victory on the drop down in class.
Alapa means everything to me and my family. We moved out here about 5 years ago. Since then, every waking day and hour has been spent building this place into what it is now. It's really a spiritual, amazing place where we try to raise the best horses in the world. My brothers, me, my mom, my dad have such a passion for this place, and we're continuing to try to better it every day. Selling's a huge part of our business. This September we have a really big, great consignment of horses. Backing off of a very successful Saratoga season, it is hugely important and fulfilling for us to be able to help people achieve their dreams of selling a high-dollar horse or buying a high-dollar thoroughbred.
It's just so peaceful out here. It's a great environment for these horses. They really stay calm and relaxed out here. I grew up as a kid, you know, watching Curlin, and he was like a superhero to me. So definitely a special opportunity to be able to work with a horse like him. Curlin obviously is taking on the torch for Smart Strike and Mr. Prospector. So it's great to have, you know, a son like Good Magic here who we think is his best son. You know, the quality of mares that Good Magic has bred in such a short career already is just second to none. One of the most exciting things for us right now is this really good core group of young horses that we have that have came in here over the last few years. You know, you go back and look at Charlatan, who has 2-year-olds this year. You know, they've sold extremely well. Arabian Night, who we just got last year, just finished his first season with us. Just a super classy, impressive son of Uncle Mo. We're really combining the history of this place along with building up for a new future.
What a majestic property. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Our nightcap in the books to close out this week's action here in South Ozone Park, New York. And the man of the moment in this sport right here, 5-win day. Flavien Prat took both the final Turf Stakes and the 2 races to close out turf season here in New York as well, in the Pebbles and the Forever Together.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's to win that many races, 14 you said on the week, that's just, that's a lot. And because listen, I mean, we're here picking races. I couldn't pick 14 winners in a week, let alone, I don't even get to, you know, I can pick from all of them. He gets to just ride one, and he won 14. It's outstanding.
Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
He's been the man of the day, the man of the week, Flavien Prat. 5 wins Sunday, 14 wins this week, Flavien. That's a nice little gift before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, no, it's been a great week. Very thankful for everybody that support me and helped me throughout. And yeah, it's been a very enjoyable week.
I know you're on a lot of short price horses. You're riding the right horses, but we've seen you've been making a lot of the right decisions as well. Can you talk a little bit about how the confidence feels and how you feel going out there day by day, race by race?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm riding good horses, and you know, when you're in a good role like this, confidence is high, and yeah, no, it's been great, yeah.
As we saw Apalta in the win there, in the nightcap here, you had to work on him a little bit, though. You got a little bit of your workout in for this nightcap.
Yeah, no, he made me earn it. I mean, he's a very steady horse, and last time just didn't like the rail, and so we had a chance to get him outside and run a good race today.
Oh, a good way to wrap up the day. Congratulations on another 5-win day.
Thank you.
Greg?
We've not seen domination like this. It's rare in any sport. And it's just, since he has come back for the Breeders' Cup, I mean, look, last couple of years, he's been incredible. And it's going to come down to the wire, it would seem like, for the Eclipse Award between him and Arad Ortiz Jr. Earnings are right there, very close. But Flavien, more grade 1s, more graded stakes wins, and that first ever rider in the history of New York racing to win 7 races on a card. Pretty impressive. And this late season surge he's having here, too, is making a big statement.
Yeah, it's kind of like you know, in college football or the selection show for March Madness is, you know, obviously the body of work matters a lot, but the kind of the last impression you leave. You know, did you win your championship game? Did you win your championship tournament? And the way that Flavien has been ending this year is going to have that in the forefront of a lot of these voters' minds. The good thing about it is, especially in that category and in most of the categories in the Eclipse Awards, is that you don't ever feel like too dirty about if the second person were to win, right?
Tremendous year from
if
Irad
Irad were to
yeah.
win, good on you. If Irad were to be second, I wouldn't feel bad about that either. They were very lucky to have two of the top riders of especially in the world, possibly starting conversations of being in the conversations of all-time greats, and we get to watch them every day here in New York, a majority of the year.
Big final day of the year here in New York. Cigar Mile Day coming up in early December. And not just the Cigar Mile, but a look at this tremendous supporting card as well. Remsen, Demoiselle, those have been important races on the road to the Oaks and the Classics, of course, in the Derby. Preakness and Belmont Stakes in recent years. Elite Power, recently renamed. And then a couple of New York bred stakes coming up as well. Tremendous day of action. Phileas Fogg obviously has had success going a mile and a quarter. Uses speed to his advantage. Not going to cut back in distance for the Cigar Mile.
Yeah, I mean, look, you have a horse who shows early speed at a high level, and then you give them the opportunity to try to go a little bit shorter. A lot of times they can, the Cigar Mile, the Met Mile, the real stamina tests, right? This horse obviously has passed the stamina test. He also has some speed. He's the type of horse that really kind of fits the profile of a Cigar Mile winner. So we'll see. I thought he ran well enough last time in the Woodward, but let's see if he handles the cutback.
Interesting, making that move, shortening up in distance, and then you have someone with a completely different type of running style. Crazy Mason basically lining up out at Belmont Park for this race.
Yeah, he comes from way out of it, which, that's not typically how I like my dirt horses. When you have horses like that, we saw it with Sierra Leone, as good as he was throughout his career. You're always going to be a little bit subject to what happens in front of you.
And closing sprinters don't necessarily love more ground, do they?
No, the idea that they want more ground, you see that a lot with the Derby too, going into the Belmont, when the Belmont's at a mile and a half. Oh, they're going to love the mile and a half. No, their run is devastating going shorter, and when you stretch them out a little bit, it can get a little bit tighter.
Well, this is sort of a new face. He has never lost, and we hadn't seen him since November of last year. He comes back, he moves to the Chad Brown barn, and he runs just the next level performance to win the Discovery with a 105 buyer.
Yeah, I mean, look, you get 105 buyers. You move to the barn of Chad Brown. There's a lot of things pointing in the direction that you could continue to improve as well. We'll see if Rated by Merit wants to take another step forward.
Interesting new face in the mix in the 3-year-old, I know, but facing older horses, but getting set to turn the page to that older horse division. Remsen, Demoiselle, two very important races as we get set to turn the page to some of those big preps for the Classics.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's, this is that time of the year you start slightly thinking about Derby. You start thinking about the preps. Because that's, honestly, the reason the Derby is so fun is the lead up to the Derby, the excitement of it. These horses going around 2 turns for their turn time, trying a mile and an eighth, getting into stakes races, so it should be a lot of fun.
Have a great Thanksgiving, everybody. We're back with you on Friday, 12 Eastern start time. Forever Together, oversubscribed, long time away, first back in over a year. And gets the win over her stablemate, Chad Brown-Klarovich, and 105 for Flavian Prado. Also took the Pebbles on Fast Market. It looked brilliant for trainer John Terranova. 5-win day for Pratt, 14-win week for the reigning Eclipse Award winning rider. We will see you Friday, again, 12 Eastern on Fox Sports.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Why wait for fortune to be revealed when you can make your own move?
Because no one ever talks about the time they played it safe. So go ahead, press your luck, tempt fate, and claim your destiny. Because once in a lifetime can happen every night. Welcome to a world that revolves around you. Your rules, your world. Resorts World.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.